Yeah. Hello, Mr. Carlos Fernandez.
This is he.
Hi, it's Carlos.
Ed,
Hello, hello.
Ed,
Neil Robinson. Neil Robinson checking in. I'm using my wife's Surface laptop, so that's why you see Deborah.
German, I got a
Perfect.
We hear you.
All right, thank you.
We hear you, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gina.
How you doing,
I got
Gina?
Gina,
Yes, Vice Mayor.
I got a call. I'm gonna leave you logged on.
You're leaving?
Yeah, I'll be back.
Okay, thank
On
you.
the correct-
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you for letting us know.
Good afternoon, Mayor. We cannot hear you. Still not hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect.
Got it.
Mayor, we are live in all channels and ready to go whenever you're ready.
Got it. I think we have quorum. So we're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. It is 6:31. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Good evening. Council Member Collazo.
Sorry, present.
Thank you. Council Member Dieguez. Okay. Council Member Rodriguez.
Present.
Council Member Alvarez.
Present.
Council Member Ruano. Vice Mayor Rodriguez was with us a few seconds ago, but he's in the fire station. He'll be logging in later. Mayor Sid.
Present.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to the moment of silence. If our Deputy Town Manager, Tony Lopez, can lead us in the prayer.
God, thank you for the time that we have here to spend together during this meeting. Allow us to think hard and long and make wise decisions towards our budget and for our fiscal health moving forward. I pray that we all come together and approve a budget that will be positive for the future of this community. Thank you. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Deputy Town Manager Lopez. Leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight will be our Parks Director, Daniel Angel. Let's all rise.
Pledge allegiance to the flag, of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may be seated. Thank you, Mr. Angel. Thank you, Director Angel. The Order of Business Council deferrals, additions, deletions. I personally have none.
Mayor.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Committee report submitted by the Chair of the Cultural Affairs Committee. If you all want to approve it, for it to be considered Committee Report 8B. We have the Economic Development Committee, 8A, but we are trying to add the Committee Report of Cultural Affairs, 8B.
That's fine. We're going to add 8B, the Committee Report for Cultural Affairs. Just a reminder, the budget hearings are at a certain time. So those items, committee reports will be taken after we take up our new business items later on today. So it'll be before the managers, after the managers reports. So our committee reports will be after the managers reports because our budget is there's a time certain. So
Mayor,
Yes.
I have one item. I'm going to be pulling item 13B, the Lake Catherine Special Taxing District.
Got it. Councilman Rodriguez has pulled item 13B, Lake Catherine Special Taxing District. So far, we've added 8B, which is the Cultural Affairs Committee, and we are pulling 13B, which is the Lake Catherine Special Taxing District item. Are there any other items at this moment, Council? Seeing none, can I get a motion for those two things?
I'll move the agenda.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you, Councilman Alvarez. Seeing none, the motion passes. Madam
Mayor,
Clerk,
let the record reflect the Councilmember Alvarez joined the meeting at 7:33 p.m. Thank you and welcome, Councilmember Alvarez.
thank you, Madam Clerk, and welcome, Councilman Alvarez. We are on to public comments. Madam Clerk, please read
Yes.
your portion.
Yes. All comments or questions from this virtually attending public shall be directed to the mayor in a courteous tone. To ensure the orderly conduct and efficiency of the meeting, public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes maximum per person. No clapping, applauding, heckling, verbal outburst in support of or in opposition to a speaker or his/her remarks shall be permitted. Should a member of the virtually attending audience become unruly or behave in any manner that disrupts the orderly and efficient conduct of this meeting, such person will be asked to leave the Zoom meeting. And as a courtesy to others, all electronic devices must be set to silent mode to avoid disruption of these proceedings. Thank you. So let us start with public comments.
Thank you,
From my-
Madam Clerk. Hemang, is there anyone from the public wishing to speak?
Yes, yes.
Yes, we have Mr. Carlos Fernandez Guzman. Let me see if he opens the mic.
Mr. Carlos Fernandez, please state your name and address. You have 3 minutes and welcome to the second budget hearing, sir.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Carlos Fernandez Guzman. I reside at 15810 Kingsmore Way, Miami Lakes. And I have been a resident of Miami Lakes now since 1987. And the purpose of my attending this meeting this evening and speaking to you, which I appreciate the opportunity to do so, is to express my concern over any possible consideration for the reduction of millage and a reduction of services. This community has held a very high standard for many, many, many years. I also had the privilege and pleasure of being president and treasurer of our Optimist Club. We have served the community well. We've provided infrastructure. We've provided services. We've provided protection at levels that are enviable by and envied by many other communities. And a reduction of the millage will only put in jeopardy our ability to provide those services at the levels and scale that are needed by the community at a very difficult time. What the reason I am encouraging you not to consider a reduction in millage is also, I happen to be a financial person. I am president and CEO of a local bank, and I know what it is like to sacrifice short term to then increase the possibility and issues long term of financial deficiencies. And I would not want to see the city sacrifice now to have to catch up later. It is much more prudent to continue at the current rate of millage, not to increase, but to continue at the same rate of millage to ensure that we ensure the resiliency of the city, the viability of the city, and the consistency of the expenses necessary to maintain and protect our residents and our infrastructure. And with that, I have ended my comments. I'll end it early. I don't think I need to speak for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez Guzman.
From my screen, I don't see anyone else. Let me just make sure that anyone who called for public comment, please speak now. Let me see. I'm looking at everyone. I see a phone number with no name. And welcome, Councilwoman Ruano. Let the record reflect that she just joined the meeting. Thank you. Germán, do you see anyone else? I see there's a number at the bottom of the screen with no name. I don't know if that's a public comment.
I just saw it also, and it says.
Yeah.
Let me ask. We have a phone number ending 7038. Please unmute if you like to speak or make any public comments. No response, Gina, so I guess.
No response.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm looking at all the participants that we have. We have 27 participants tonight. If someone wants to speak, this is public comments. We welcome, please state your name and your address, and we'll give you 3 minutes. It is your opportunity to speak. Please do so now.
Hello, good evening, Eddie Blanco.
Good evening, Chair.
I wanted to speak in public comments. Eddie Blanco, 6290 Lake Champlain Terrace. Just as a previous resident has spoken, I wanted to also comment on the same. I believe that I recognize that there are residents, and I appreciate those residents who want to keep our taxes low. And I believe in fiscal conservatism, and I think we should be striving for that. And I've seen the council deliberate, and I've seen a lot of the discussion back and forth. And I just want to say that we have kicked the can of some of the things that need to get done. We cannot continue to, just to appease some people that want to roll back the tax rate to save, in some cases as low as, $11 for some people, maybe as much as $200 or $300 for others. I don't see that be the prudent thing to do. I think the prudent thing to do is to keep the millage the way it is. We are the 4th lowest millage in the county. And I'd like to see us continue on that way, right? Keep our taxes low, great. But every time there's an opportunity to roll back and roll back and roll back, it's concerning, because there are things in our infrastructure that need to be handled, that we need to address. And there's, we're not talking about dream projects, as some people call them. I'm talking about sidewalks and trees and replanting and drainage systems and those things that people complain about. I just saw a big post this weekend, a bunch of people posting about the drainage and how it's a problem. Well, there's money needed for that. And I'm concerned also that the state, there are projections for the economic impact from the state funds that we may not be getting. And the impact that COVID's going to have on the state funds for future projects that we've been getting may not be there. So then what do? We're going to, lower the millage today and then increase it tomorrow, or have to make huge cuts on our services or our staff, which is phenomenal and has done a really good job and is lean. I say we do both. I say we, keep the millage the way it is, and we watch the budget as tight as we can, and always look at ways that we can keep it modest. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Blanco.
Thank you, Mr. Blanco.
I have received, in the meantime, if you want to, Mayor, I can go over the written public comments that my office received yesterday and today, so that I can state them for the record.
Are those the ones you forwarded to the council, correct?
I did. I always do. As soon as I get them, I forward to the council, and I photocopy them so that I can read them into the record tonight. So in the order that I received them, the first one was from Ms. Mirta Mendez. And although we don't read the entire email, it is an email in opposition of the proposed millage rate. She's requesting for the millage rate to go back to the rollback rate. That is from Ms. Mirta Mendez. We received an email from Ms. Bonnie Cintron. Bonnie Cintron spoke about taxes and expenditures, also in opposition to the millage rate, and for it to go back to the rollback rate. Ms. Hope Reynolds sent one in opposition of the proposed millage rate, for the millage rate to go back to the rollback rate. We received an email from Mr. Albert Aguiar, as well, in opposition to the millage rate as it is, and to go back to the rollback rate. Ms. Daisy Estrada sent an email in opposition to the proposed millage rate, in favor of the millage rate to go back to the rollback rate. Mr. Angel Gonzalez, in opposition for the millage rate as it is, and for it to go back to the millage rate, to the rollback rate. Mr. Jorge Llerena as well, in opposition to the millage rate as it is, to go back to the rollback rate. Ms. Lina Cantero, firmly in opposition for the millage rate not to be adopted as it is, to go back to the proposed rollback rate. We have an email from Ms. Darlene Esteves, Also in opposition for the millage rate not to be adopted as it is. We have an email from Mr. Andres Rodriguez to set the millage rate to the rollback rate. An email from Ms. Rocio Garcia, the millage rate to be set to the rollback rate. Ocasio Aguiar, also in opposition for adopting the same millage rate. From Mr. Alexander Ariano, complete opposition for the proposed millage rate, for it to go back to the rollback rate. And from Ms. Pilar Pili Dalmau, as well in opposition to the proposed millage rate, looking forward for a rollback rate. And those are the emails that my office received. Written public comments that have been noted, have been shared, and now they're part of the record, Mayor. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, are there any further public comments?
I don't believe so. We don't have any other participants. Herman, John Furman, before we move on. Any person?
No.
Record reflect, I'm sorry to interrupt. I like to always recognize our elected officials. Let the record reflect that I see Councilman Josh Dieguez with us. Welcome, Councilman.
No, Gina, no further public comments.
No more public comments. Mayor, we can proceed.
Thank you, Herman, and thank you, Madam Clerk. See no further public comments, going once, going twice, we'll look around. And in mine, I also see that phone number that is muted. Just to be fair to them, because I don't want somebody to say that we missed them out, you want to unmute them and ask them if they would like to speak?
Okay, I'll try again.
Phone
number ending in 7038. If you'd like to speak, please unmute.
Can you unmute them?
I'm asking, I'm sending the request to unmute, so.
Got it. Okay.
No response.
Got it. Just wanted to make sure we were fair. Seeing no further public comments, the public comments is closed. We're moving on to the next portion of our meeting. Actually, there's no appointments. We're taking up committee reports after we take up new business. There's no consent calendar. We're on to, there's no ordinances in first reading, and there are ordinances in second reading. 11A.
An ordinance of the town of Miami Lakes, Florida, adopting the millage rate of the town for the fiscal year commencing October 1st, 2020 through September 30th, 2021, pursuant to section 200.065 Florida statutes, providing for directions to tax collectors, providing for notice, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. The first thing that I'm required by state law to do is to read into the record the budget statement. The proposed millage rate for the town of Miami Lakes fiscal year 2020-2021 is 2.3127. This rate is the same as the current year. The gross taxable value for operating purposes is $3,636,955,722. The proposed millage rate will generate $7,990,628 in ad valorem revenue, budgeted at 95% collection rate. The proposed millage rate is the proposed millage rate of 2.3127 is 4.68% above the rolled back rate of 2.2094. It is recommended that the town council adopt the millage rate for fiscal year 2021, 2.3127.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Council, are there any motions to get the discussion going? Obviously, there could be amendments later on.
Motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. We'll start with discussion. Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so we've had a couple meetings already regarding this budget and going through line item by line item. We had another sunshine meeting last week where we were looking at the potential of rolling back the millage rate and what that would affect. Based on what we've been told by the town staff, that would result in a loss of revenue of $356,000. As it stands right now, we have a contingency funds of $238,000 projected. So if we were to roll back the millage rate, we would still end up with a balance loss of $118,000. At the meeting, and the reason we do these sunshine meetings, I know colleagues agree, is for us to roll up our sleeves and see where we can cut the proverbial fat off this budget. And honestly, based on the meetings that we've had, there are a few items that may be, things that we can consider adjusting or deferring until next year, but without cutting services to the town, which is what our residents want. I don't think it's prudent right now to do that. And I appreciate that this is a very difficult time. If I believed that cutting the millage rate to the rollback rate would provide substantial financial benefit to residents who desperately needed it, and not just cutting it back to say that we rolled it back. I'm talking about real financial gain that would make a difference. And in many cases, and we've discussed it before, for some people it's $15, for some people it's $27 for the year. This is something that I think it would be a detriment to our town. We've already discussed it, and I've said it many times already. Last year was a very difficult year for us again. So we're on back-to-back years of financial instability. So last year we ended up having to borrow from our own town funds, $851,000, $420,000 from Miami Lakes Optimus Park, and $431 from our town savings account. So if we were to do this, we'd only put ourselves even deeper in the hole. And I would find it very difficult to reach the goal by 2022 that we set out just last year. Just last year, at the request of many different residents, we decided that we should increase our savings account from 15% to 20%. We're on the way to doing that, but we can't keep taking steps backwards. We need to continue to hold the line and move forward. We're not increasing taxes. This is not what we're doing this year. We're maintaining the tax rate at the exact same rate that we had last year. Luckily, for most residents, property values are going up. Property values are going up all around the town, more than most of the county. We're in a very fortunate situation in our community that the property values continue to rise. So, you guys know exactly where I stand on infrastructure and what I think is important. The residents are not going to thank us for saving them $20 a year. The residents are going to thank us for making sure that their sidewalks are not cracked, that their streets don't have potholes, that their trees are trimmed, that their lighting, they can walk on the sidewalks at night without having dark spots. That's what we really should be focusing on. And I understand very difficult time this year because of the pandemic. But again, 37 some odd dollars for the year is not going to provide the financial relief that these residents desire and they need. It's just going to be rolling back the millage rate to put ourselves deeper in a financial hole. So obviously I'll be supporting maintaining the millage at the current rate.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. Councilman Collazo.
Thank you, Mayor. And Jeff, I think, and Councilman Rodriguez, it kind of succinctly put a lot of these issues that we've been dealing with over for the past 2 or 3 meetings, right? As we go over this budget, and I'm very proud of the work that this council has done, because there have been opportunities where we have significantly reduced people's tax liability. The problem is when you look at your tax bill, many times you don't see the net result of that. Our special taxing districts, for one, and we haven't really made
haven't really heard of these things a lot, but we saved the homeowners in Loch Lomond $236. I didn't see 12 emails come in thanking us. Like, we have 12 people that have sent us emails this time around, and many, many more, because I'm watching what's happening on social media. But we saved those homeowners $236 on their 1819 statement. In Miami Lakes Section 1, this year, they're going to get $77 back, not 20, not 25. They're going to get $77 back this year. And that's the stuff that we've worked on in this budget to make sure that those savings are going back into the taxpayers' money. Royal Oak Section 1, they've done huge capital improvements, some of them getting LPRs. Some of those Royal Oak sections are getting LPRs. Royal Oaks is seeing $93 went back into their pocket since 1819 from the works that we've been able to put the work that we've been able to do in our special taxing district. Royal Oaks East, $270. And I realize that some of that work doesn't necessarily get the horn tooted, so to speak, but those are dollars that we're putting back into their pocket. By rolling back the rate, because I've been a big champion of making sure that the special taxing districts do put the savings back into the residents' pockets, and I'll continue to champion those savings when we can. But by rolling that the special taxing the millage rate back, we're going to have some holes to fill, like I think Councilman Rodriguez put in light. My major concern, and it's one that hasn't necessarily been brought to the forefront because we keep on hearing that we're fine, is not necessarily what we're collecting through ad valorem, but what we're not collecting through ad valorem. And that has a lot to do with the state revenue. From my sources in the state, I'm hearing huge deficits are coming our way. Those huge deficits are going to have an impact. While we might think they're negligible now, we don't know. The full extent of what we're doing and what's happening to us now is unknown to many people. I just don't think by rolling back the millage right now, we'll be putting ourselves in a situation that we may possibly have to increase that millage, which is much harder to do. Nobody here is spending this money, at least from what I've seen. Most of the ideas that we've done, whether they be through Sunshine Meeting or the first budget meeting, are to put these monies back into reserves, to put them away for a rainy day. And really, it's weighed very heavily on me because I'm one of these people that would probably side with a rollback. But the reality is, because of the unknowns, it's just putting us in a very tight financial position. I would be willing, when we start talking about the budget, to start talking about how we're going to redistribute some of these monies. I think there's some opportunities there. There's some opportunities to invest in some of the capital improvements that maybe we haven't necessarily done. But that's a conversation that'll be on the next line item. But after heavy deliberation, I'm going to side with this miss millage rate at this time.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo. Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've made my position very clear during all of the meetings that we've had. I believe that we can go to rollback. I don't believe that not going to rollback is going to get us anywhere near the capital improvements that we need. Infrastructure improvements, sidewalks, drainage, those kinds of improvements are very large numbers. So I don't agree with the position that keeping the millage as it was last year is going to get us anywhere closer to these projects. I think that there are areas where we can save some money and we can go to rollback. I know that residents are asking for it. I think that this is the year to do it. I want to let the residents know that just because we go to rollback this year, it doesn't mean that that's where we stay, right? There are other things that can happen in other years, and there are reasons why we would have to increase taxes in the future. So I also don't believe in the argument that once we go back, we will never move forward again. We will never raise taxes again. Taxes are raised for the right reasons. And if they exist, I will be in favor of that as well. However, this year, I think that a rollback is justified. It's necessary. And my position holds on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ruano. Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm going to try and focus my remarks on other topics and other areas that have not already been mentioned by my colleagues, while highlighting some, or rather piggybacking off of some of the remarks. First and foremost, as Councilman Rodriguez pointed out, I think we're all acutely aware of the financial situation that is affecting many families. While there are families in Miami Lakes that are certainly being affected by COVID-19, there are also many others that, fortunately have not. I myself, as I've mentioned before, represent several small businesses as part of my law practice. I've seen how they've been affected personally, how we've had to work with them to accommodate them, in their time of need, not giving them the legal services they need, but at the same time being able to strike a balance where, we of course look after our own employees so we can keep the lights on ourselves. So we're all acutely aware. All of us at some point have met somebody who's been affected by this in some way or another, and then we all understand, the importance of making sure that government does not become a burden on the average citizen. But we also understand our responsibilities to the community as a whole to also continue to make the necessary investments in our infrastructure that we can continue to be told that we need to make, and not just by staff. Among all the comments that were being made yesterday on Facebook, it shouldn't be lost that there were a lot of comments as well regarding the flooding that is going on in Miami Lakes. And I'm not just talking about the picture of the flooding going on in the Winn-Dixie Shopping Center. While that picture circulated widely, there were other comments. At least I got an email about it. I'm sure others did. I know that I received also a few other calls directly about the issue. Councilwoman Ruano has also pointed out some residents in Royal Oaks that literally have to almost drain the street themselves in order to be able to keep the water from rising into their homes. And while some people in our town may not need those services today, they may need them tomorrow. And we have residents that today are dealing with these flooding issues. And each year we seem to be getting further and further behind on being able to meet these needs. Maybe keeping the millage rate the same today may not generate the money that we need to be able to pay for all those projects, but it certainly is going to set us further behind on actually having to pay for those to save, as Councilman Rodriguez said, $30 in most cases, I guess would be the average that we've all heard, and what we've seen as far as what the increases are for many of the residents. And ultimately, they're not going to get tax relief. Why? Because the two biggest entities that make up your tax bill are not rolling back their millage rate. The county and the school board are not rolling back your taxes. So even if the council here tonight were to roll back the tax rate, the reality is that nobody in this town would really see a tax decrease on their bill. And all we would have done is continue to set back the town of Miami Lakes in their quest and our quest to provide the services that are expected. Our residents demand Ritz-Carlton 5-star service, and many of them are willing to pay a reasonable amount to get as close to that as possible, right? We cannot get there or even get halfway there if we're going to pay 0-star type services or fees for that. So we get what we pay for. If we want to continue to pay the lowest amount of taxes, right, where we literally gut everything, in various areas where, for example, let's say we slash the entire committee budget, we would literally, by doing so, gut the heart and soul of the community, because the 4th of July events, the concerts at the park, for some people who may not attend, it may not mean a lot, but a lot of residents do actually attend. I've been out there myself, so I've seen it directly. I know some of my colleagues have also been out there. They've seen the large number of residents that attend. And, again, that's on the event side. On the infrastructure side, we are now 3 years without any state funding with respect to legislative appropriations. And that's unfortunate, or rather we're 2 years in, probably looking at a third year. So that's also going to set us back with our infrastructure needs. And as I start to wrap up, the reality is that the rollback rate is also something that is not always going to lead to lower taxes, not only because of what I pointed out, the school board and the county, have not rolled back their rates, but because if you actually look at what the rollback rate is designed to do, not designed to cut your taxes. So it doesn't really always turn out to be a rollback. It actually is just meant to keep things flat in terms of your ad valorem property tax revenue. The reason why I don't agree with that this year is because the other revenue sources that we're depending on that make up a huge chunk of this pie chart are also on the downward decline And also probably, as Councilman Collazo pointed out, will go down even further as the state budget picture starts to take shape. For those that couldn't see it or don't have it, in front of them online, the ad valorem taxes are projected to make up about 47% of all the revenues that we take in. 24%, which is the next largest revenue source, is from intergovernmental revenue, gas taxes, revenue sharing, you name it. And those areas are highly uncertain. I've seen reports about how the gas tax is taking a hit because people are obviously driving less, right? As we've been working from home, as we're taking less road trips. So that revenue source is going to take a hit. State revenue sharing is also they're just not flocking to the beaches right now from all over the world the way they used to. So that 24% part of our pie chart of our revenue sources, that gives me great consternation and makes me very uncertain. And the result is that, rightly or wrongly, we're having to fall back more than usual on our property taxes to make sure we're not in a position where, as was alluded to earlier, that we have to, in the middle of the year, now have a conversation about raising taxes in other ways or making drastic cuts to everyday services. So I know I've been a little long-winded. Again, I was trying to tackle some other topics that have not been addressed thus far by my colleagues, but I just wanted to point out again that the reason why I think it's a bad idea at this time is primarily because of this. That 24% part is completely uncertain. We don't know where that's going to end up in terms of, are those revenue forecasts going to go up? Are they going to stay where we expect them to be? Or are they going to go much further down? And that's 24% of our revenue coming in. And so that puts disproportionate pressure on us to have to rely more on property taxes than we would in other years. So with that, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Councilman Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to the majority of the council that so eloquently were able to articulate how the majority of us feel. So Mayor, just from my end, I'm going to be supporting the manager and the town staff's recommendation of keeping the millage at where we have it from the past prior year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Alvarez. Vice Mayor.
I didn't have the privilege of hearing from Councilman Rodriguez how he felt, but I have a feeling that I know how he felt from his previous meetings. And I can tell you, as the senior council member other than the mayor, we've reduced the millage at times by $60,000 and it didn't make a difference. And I usually agree with Councilman Morano, but I have to disagree with her on this one. When I plan something for my home or I plan something for a trip, I save money. I put money away. I make sure that we have a good savings account because I don't know what's going to happen in a rainy day. And I answered at least 10 or 15 emails today, and between yesterday and today, about people asking for the rollback rate. Some of them didn't know what their trim notice said and that their taxes at the bottom of the line where it says Town of Miami Lakes and how reasonable our rate is. Some people pay as low as $380 a year to the Town of Miami Lakes, but yet pay $3,000 a year to their homeowner's insurance for private security on public roads. So these are the type of issues that I have when we look at the big picture of discussing the rollback rate. Okay, as Councilman Dieguez stated, my concern is the fees that we're shorting that are unpredictable. We don't know what the state revenues are going to look like, right? The state revenue sharing. That's number one. Number two, we have major stormwater projects that need to be done that we're not saving for these, and we're going with flooding again in Royal Oaks, and we've been saving in West Lakes, and we've been saving. We're finally going with the phase 2, phase 3 of the drainage project there, and we're going to need to go into the stormwater drainage in Royal Oaks. I mean, it's ridiculous what's happening there. But if we don't save for a rainy day, you know, and no pun intended, we need to make sure that we have those monies there. I think that doing the rollback rate, it will be a disservice to our town and to our residents, to the service we provide. You all get the complaints and you all get the emails just like I do about the trees need to be cut. I have a pothole and the park is not cut properly. And so we get the complaints. Very rare do we get the good call saying, hey, thank you for spending my tax dollars properly. But people don't know what the infrastructure takes to run this city. And when you're already at a deficit with your ad valorem rate on your police department, which is the town's top priority, I think it would be irresponsible of us to cut the rate. And like I said, we've cut it a couple times before I got on the council. They cut $6 million out of our budget from 2008 to 2012. $6 million. Okay, we have not grown in employees. We have not grown. Nothing extravagant happened other than we built the town hall. Nothing has changed. Okay, but they cut $6 million, and it's very difficult once you cut. All right, especially in our community, to bring the rate back up, and nobody wants to do that. I think that keeping it at the rate we're at right now, recommended by the manager, is the only proper thing to do to keep our services where the residents expect it. Where I, as a resident, not as a council member who pays taxes, expect my city to run functions, and run it properly. And so, you want cleanliness, you don't want litter in the streets, you don't want that all is affected by the budget. So I'll be going with the manager's recommendation.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I'll take an opportunity to speak. So last year we asked a very important question, right? What's the role of town government? I mean, we literally went item by item, had just a bunch of meetings asking that very important question, and we answered that question. And I'm a big believer that once that question gets answered, which is the role of town government, which we set it in motion, we have to not only maintain it, but to improve what we set forth, which is the role of our town government. One of the main things, our ad valorem, and for all the public watching, our ad valorem is our main source of revenue. Our police department is our main expense. Our ad valorem goes 100% into paying for police. I mean, I do want to make that clear. Ad valorem goes 100%. I mean, I know how the budget works, but to paying for police. I remember last year there were, I don't think it came from council members, but I remember there was even discussion of some people that were upset that we were going to add 2 police officers to the force, that we should have saved some money and not done that. And the proof is in the pudding, right? We did the right thing last year. We kept the tax rate flat. We hired 2 new officers, and you know what? We have the lowest crime rate in town history, and that's what our residents expect. I'm not in favor of defunding the police or doing anything like that, and I do want to make it clear that ad valorem is the main source of revenue for our police department. Additionally, there's a major, and we're all completely different. We all have different opinions. We all come from different walks of life, but there's a major expectation. I can't speak for every single one of you, but I know from me personally, there's a major expectation from residents to make sure, the vast majority of residents who speak to me, to continue improving our town, continue moving it forward. So from my end, if I were to vote for anything different, it'd be completely irresponsible for me to do, because there is that expectation that we have to take Miami Lakes to the next level, not decrease services. I do want to say this. I come from a school of thought, watching, conservative giants like Jeb Bush and Rick Scott in the state of Florida. I was an aide up there for 7 sessions. One thing that the state, taught me, and one thing that I saw Governor Bush and Governor Scott do, they always kept the sales tax flat, right? They never raised the 6% sales tax in Florida. Not even during the bad years, they never did. But during good years, even when the cost of goods went up, they never talked about rolling back the sales tax in Florida. What they always did was all the extra revenue went to improving Florida's infrastructure, went to giving cities money like the town of Miami Lakes, went to improving education in the state of Florida, went to improving the Everglades and the environment in Florida. went to improving healthcare in the state of Florida. So I saw them do that, and Florida has a AAA bond rating. Florida is the best positioned state. Florida is the example of conservative budgeting. But even when, and I do want to make that point, even when the cost of goods went up, because I remember when I was an aide up there, we started off at, $60 billion budget, and that was a lot. And now they're up to like 90 plus $billion. And the discussion has always been, whenever there's extra funds, we have to invest in Florida's future. And that's how I see our town. We have to invest in the future of the town. I know maybe not everybody town-wide believes in that, but I believe in it, and I truly believe in it. And I do know for a fact that the vast majority of our residents believe that we have to invest in this town's future today, not tomorrow. And I'll tell you why today is important. I'm going to give you guys some examples. Street paving. Past couple of years, street paving for certain projects have gone up 50%. Street paving has gone up in certain projects, like Safe Routes to School, for example. That one went up 50% compared to other projects. Sidewalk projects around town have gone up 7.5%. Certain projects have gone up 7.5%. Pressure cleaning, which I get calls all the time. People love the pressure cleaning and want to make sure that our town looks nice. It used to be 8 cents a square foot. Now it's 9 cents a square foot. Litter pickup for certain things. Litter pickup has gone up $2 an hour. Tree installations, I'll give you guys another example. Our tree installations have gone up anywhere from 6% to 70%. Our tree installations throughout town. So while we've done what Milton Friedman, for those that follow conservative thought process, we've done what Milton Friedman has asked for, right? We've kept the level of government spending flat. We're actually spending less than we spent last year. And we're spending less than we spent 2 years ago. Yet, all those expenses are going up. And that's one of the toughest tasks for us and for staff. While those expenses are going up, it's not our fault. That is just the private sector. That is the free market cost of tree installations, cost of tree trimming went up as well. I'll give you guys an example. Tree removals. I'll give you an example of tree removals. Tree removals in our town, which we get requests for a lot, and certain residents pull permits and they do what they got to do. And if a tree falls, tree removals have gone up between 163% to 13% on the cost. You're talking about there's certain trees, depending on the size, that went from $150 just a couple of years ago to $395. Our tree trimming. Every resident requests tree trimming every single year. Every resident. I get calls every day for tree trimming. Tree trimming went up the last couple of years, $6,000, a 3% change. Doesn't sound like a lot, but think about it. This year we're spending $1,000 or $2,000 less than we're spending last year. So we have to find that discussion hasn't been had. We have to find that extra money for those services somewhere. So tree installations, people ask for tree installations all the time. Certain trees that we've been installing also have gone up tremendously. So I just wanted to give that example that we have to keep up with certain expenses without raising the millage, right? And I think the right thing to do is to keep it flat. But I did want to give those different examples because the cost of doing business has gone up, yet we haven't raised the millage. We've kept it flat. The good thing is we've done such a good job that property values continue to rise in our town. I've received calls from residents who are, I spoke to somebody the other day who's an empty nester who told me, Mayor, keep up the good job because you guys got to keep up the good job. I just sold my house and the amount of equity that I was able to pull out of my house is unbelievable. And I think a lot of people, it is good that property values are going up. That is a good thing. It's not a bad thing. So that puts more money hypothetically in people's pockets if they want in equity in their home. So just wanted to bring some of those examples on the table because all those expenses have gone up. We continue to provide services with less money overall. And that I did want to make a point. So I will be in favor of the motion. Council, is there any further discussion? If there is, just unmute yourself and just jump in. If not, we're gonna go ahead and take a vote.
A motion?
No, there's already a motion in a second, so.
I'm sorry.
I'll let you can speak, but if not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 11A, ordinance in second reading to adopt the millage rate. Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The ordinance in second reading passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to the next ordinance, Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, approving and adopting the budget for the Town of Miami Lakes for fiscal year 2020-2021, providing for expenditure of funds, providing for amendments, providing for carryover of funds, providing for the incorporation of the adopted capital budget as the capital improvement element of the comprehensive plan, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Manager.
Yeah, as stated earlier by, I think it was Council Member Jeffrey Rodriguez, we have reviewed this budget with the elected officials of the town. We had a sunshine meeting that dealt solely with the general fund. We had a sunshine meeting that dealt subsequent to that with all of the funds. We had the discussion that was had at the first budget hearing. Then finally, we had discussion and we had debate at the sunshine meeting that was held a week ago. So before you, what we have is the recommendation to approve the proposed budget, which consists of $17,159,862 in the general fund. And total, we have a proposed budget between all the funds of $42,860,378, and we recommend approval of the budget as proposed.
Council, is there a discussion? Is there a motion so we can get into discussion and then we can make amendments as you guys see fit?
I'll move to adopt the budget.
I'll second the budget.
There's a motion and a second, and I'm going around. My screen's all over the place. Councilman Collazo.
There's a couple items on the budget that I wanted to discuss, and I know we've discussed some of them in the sunshine meeting, and wanted to bring them up now. With regards to certain infrastructure projects, during the sunshine meeting, a lot was discussed about how much are we actually able to do and how much have we been doing with regards to infrastructure projects. And I know in the past we deliberated how we can get those projects done. And some of the discussions in the past have talked about increasing the franchise fee. Some of those discussions have talked about how we need to move certain monies around so we can do them. So I wanted to actually have a conversation with you guys today about taking some of the PPP money that we have allocated, about $100,000 worth that we have allocated or earmarked, and moving some of those PPP monies into immediate infrastructure projects that we can deliver this year. In particular, there's been some residents that have been complaining about lighting and infrastructure lighting in their area. I would like to see those addressed with $100,000. And I would also like to see some of the crosswalk improvements that Councilman Alvarez and Councilman Dieguez have been advocating for as well. The reason that I'm targeting the PPP money is because we have some of those monies that have been earmarked and will be earmarked for the next, I believe, 8 or 9 years. Those PPP monies we can move right now and address some of these immediate needs. The biggest project that we have earmarked in PPP money for is the 59th Avenue project. That project, and I'm sorry, I'm going to ask the manager to refresh my memory. Mr. Manager, how much is the total of that project the 59th Avenue. Is it 8 million that we're forecasting, or 7 million, 7.9 million?
Yeah, it's a little over $8 million.
So the $8 million project, which we're earmarking, more than $100,000, I think more than $500,000 every year of PTP, doesn't allow us to necessarily reinvest into our community now. So I'd like to take a very small portion of those PTP dollars and see if we can commit those to those infrastructure projects that I just outlined. And in my discussion with the manager before the meeting, he says, well, eventually you have to pay the piper, right? Eventually, somehow we have to pay those monies back. Well, we know that we've been squirreling away or not committing certain other monies that have been earmarked, like mobility fee money. And I know the mayor makes it a point to mention, during each project that has mobility fees attached to it, how much money do those come in? And we know we're tucking those away. So I would like to see if there's other opportunities in the budget and maybe in the future when we realize some additional savings to bring those back in and start addressing some of these infrastructure needs that we're starting to see. And we're starting to hear from residents, not starting, but they've always been there, but I want to make sure that we're not necessarily postponing them anymore. So that's my first motion, is to take a very small portion, 100,000 from PTP that we have earmarked, and see if we can bring those back into the budget for capital expenses now.
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second. Councilman Rodriguez.
Councilman Collazo, I think that is a fantastic idea. I, for one, think 59th Avenue is a great project for our town. It's going to open up a brand new corridor and relieve a lot of traffic once the traffic comes back, which it will eventually. I think 59th Avenue is a great project, but I think right now we can take a little bit of that money, like you said, and address some of the issues that are affecting our residents every day. So I wouldn't have an issue with taking the $100,000 from PTP for right now. We can figure out how we're going to pay the rest of the 59th Avenue project when the time comes. But I think there's some pressing needs with infrastructure. And I think if we're going to address infrastructure, then we need to start now and not wait. So I would be in favor of moving that item and making those lighting improvements and crosswalk improvements that you mentioned.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This was one of the things that I was looking at the last council meeting. I know that we discussed the lighting. And I had a couple of questions for the manager, because we continue to talk about the fact that we don't have money for infrastructure and that we need to raise the money somewhere, somehow. But the reality is there's a lot of areas in our budget where we have earmarked monies for a lot of different projects. And those projects may not necessarily be the things that we should be prioritizing. I know that we have, for example, monies in the MLOP fund. We have monies in the 59th Avenue extension fund. We have all of these monies that we are not putting into sidewalks and roads and drainage and that sort of thing. And I feel like the argument has kind of shifted towards we can't go to rollback because we need infrastructure, but we have the money for infrastructure. I mean, it's here every year. We just choose to use it for something else. So I wanted to go back and revisit the numbers, and I have some other lines that I want to look at, but revisiting the numbers for the 59th Avenue extension, I know that either Kay or Melissa at the last meeting walked me through, I think that it was Kay that walked me through all of the monies that have been earmarked to this particular project. And I was hoping that maybe you could also tell me the monies that are earmarked in other projects that we're kind of waiting for them to come to fruition, so to see where else we can pull funding from to bring relief. I know that the residents on 83rd Place, they have a severe flooding problem. And actually after this last rainfall, to be honest, I was going to drive there to take a look at it, but I no longer drive an SUV. I'm driving a sedan now, and I didn't dare drive into that block in my car. I was afraid that it was going to stall in the water. So that's the reason why I didn't visit them this last rainfall. So I wanted to see if there was possibly any other area where we could start to move monies, shift monies around to projects that are more feasible, and kind of wait for these other projects that we really truly don't know. There's projects that we don't have, any kind of, I guess, idea of when they're going to be finished or when we're going to have agreements in place, and we don't have enough funding to finish them anyway. So they might be put to better use in different areas. So two things that I wanted to ask. One was the monies that are earmarked for 59th Avenue. And the other one was, aside from MLOP, what other monies do we have earmarked for capital improvement projects? I know that there's money in the reforestation. That was one that I identified, but I'm not sure what other areas. If Kay or Melissa can walk me through that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, Kay, you can, or Melissa, you can chime in whenever you want. But for instance, the money that is left in MLOP, that is money that is earmarked only for parks. In other words, we can't take that money. We already rated that, not rated, but we already diverted money. The only money we were able to divert from MLOP project, we did that already last year. Because in the MLOP project, there was money that was earmarked or restricted only for park use. And then there was general fund money that had gone into that project. And that's the money that we transferred out of there last year.
So there's no more general fund money in that fund.
Correct. There's no money there that can be redirected for any public work project or anything like that.
Okay. So then from the 59th Avenue extension project, because this is, I want the residents to understand, right? We have infrastructure money. We need to pick and choose where we allocate it. So we prioritize one thing or another. In this case, we've prioritized this particular project, this expansion or this extension that will be built on 59th Avenue. That comes at a cost. So when the residents are wondering why their sidewalk wasn't repaired or why there's a pothole and it kind of hasn't been fixed, these monies can be used for those repairs. We just have them allocated in a different area. So if some of it can be moved and maybe take care of some pressing, and I think that it's right along the same lines that Council Member Goyaso was thinking for the lighting. You know, there's residents that are flooding. There's areas that really truly need help. People's houses are being damaged every time that it rains. So this is a pressing matter now. The 59th Avenue extension plan is way in the future. So maybe at that point.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. The 59th Avenue project is really not way in the future because it is a major capital improvement project. We have already expended quite a bit of money in the design phase.
Yes, we have.
We are in the process of the property rights issue. In other words, we're on the verge of eminent domaining a piece of private property that we have to pay for, especially because of the timelines that the FDOT grant is mandated, the process that we're going to use. We're going to have to deposit over $2 million in the court's registry very soon for the eminent domain, the taking of the private property. So, you know, it's a multi-million-dollar project. It's, as I said, it's over $8 million, and it's not a project that, you know, let's say, you know, like sidewalks, right? That we change from year to year. Well, this year, a little more in sidewalks, a little less in tree trimming. It's not it can't be a moving target.
No, and I understand that. I completely understand that.
We're knee deep in this project. We're committed. We collectively, you know, that we're way down the road, and it's not a project that we can really make a whole lot, you know, a tweak like $100,000. We can find a way, you know, but we're going to have to find a way. We'll have to find a way, but it's not like we can divert $1 million out of 59th Avenue, and because, you know, all of the partners that we're working with, including FDOT and everything, wants to make sure that funding is identified. In fact, when we applied for the grant, that was one of the major components in the grant application, was making sure that we identified a funding source that was going to be the town match.
No, and I completely understand that. I feel that there are other areas that also need attention. So there are residents that have been waiting a very long time for their situation to be tended to. And so I know that we've embarked on this particular project, and it's a large project, but I think that it's important. I think it's important for residents to understand that we do have funding that is available. It is just designated for something right now. I don't think that it's a fair statement to say that we just don't have the funds, or that they're not coming, or that we have to raise the millage or have to raise a franchise fee, or all these things that we have to raise. I don't want the residents to think that we don't have any monies ever available for infrastructure projects, because we do. There's PTP money that comes in every year. It's just allocated to a different source. So I just wanted to go down the math and see. I know that there, you know, had this been maybe, I guess, shown in a different way or explained to residents in a different way, maybe there would have been a different appetite for this project. But right now, we've put everything on hold to move forward with this project, and we're not going to roll back. We can't possibly, take any more hits, right? And we've committed to this project, but we need to look at the numbers so that we can properly explain where it is that our infrastructure dollars are going to, because it's not that they don't exist. They do exist. They're just in this particular place. So I just wanted to go through, I know that we went through it the other day, but I didn't write it down. What were the numbers? How much money have we allocated for the past 2 or 3 years, I think it was, and moving into the future? What are the dollar amounts for this project?
Kay, if you're there, if you can talk to us about PTP, how many, through which fiscal year do we have dollars allocated towards 59th Avenue? And then I know that we have, for at least a fiscal year or two past that, we have it earmarked for a different capital project. Can you, I'm looking, if you can describe that for us.
Guys, real quick, I want to bring us back to our proper position here. I know that we're not on the budget per se. We're on a amendment that Councilman Collazo wanted to make. So I want to make sure everybody understands that we're on an amendment, and then there's going to be continuous discussion and more amendments. So I wanted to make that clear.
Right.
That discussion right now is on his amendment.
I'm looking to possibly amend his item, his motion. So that's why I need to know what funding is in this.
Got it. No problem.
Thank you.
Kay, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon, Kay Grant, Controller for the Town of Miami Lakes. Currently, for the 59th Avenue project, we have approximately in the past 2 years, and providing we get all the revenue sources, providing we get all the revenue in by the end of this fiscal year, we will have approximately $1.6 million in PTP funds for 59th Avenue. We have for next fiscal year, well, which is fiscal year 21, we have appropriated $625,000. And in 2022, we would appropriate $650,000. We have put these funds aside because we need to match the grant, provide 50% of the match for the grant. And we're using PTP funds to do so. However, to answer your question, for this fiscal year, we have in PTP funding, approximately $1.6 million for 59th Avenue.
Okay, so we are looking at, by the end of 22, we're looking at having 2.875 with the 625 and the 650.
That's correct.
So, okay, and in
now I wanted to keep you in mind that we've allocated these funds, but during the years, especially this fiscal year, we've had expenses for legal fees, for the eminent domain, etc. So exactly how much money, you'd have to give me a moment to calculate.
Right. Okay, and that's okay. It was just, I don't remember how much the flooding, the drainage project was on 83rd Place. I remember that our public works director walked us through that. I don't even know if it was this year. I mean, not this year, last year. I don't remember what month it was that he walked us through how much that project was. I don't know if Mr. Acosta's on the line now.
Yeah,
Do you remember?
Carlos, are you there? Can you tell us? I know that you guys have done a cost estimate of the 83rd Place is the one that you were inquiring about?
Correct.
Yeah. What the cost estimate to mitigate the flooding on that street from our stormwater plan?
Absolutely, Mr. Manager. Good evening, Carlos Acosta, Public Works Director. Councilwoman Ruano, if I recall, that estimate was around $250,000, somewhere around there. That estimate, just bear in mind, that estimate just did not consider a potential outfall. And I know that's something that actually, in fact, Mr. Dunn reached out to me this afternoon about, we had made an inquiry about potentially using the lake behind it to do an
Right.
out. So if that's a consideration, that estimate may go up because there might be some other engineering and access to that lake that we have to do. But the original one was 250.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Carlos. All right, so I would like to, in moving these parts around, I would like to add this project as an emergency project for this coming fiscal year. And I would like it to be funded from these monies that are temporarily earmarked towards 59th Avenue. I'm sure that in the next year or so, we can maybe move some other things around. And hopefully we'll, you know, I know that we had the discussion last year towards the end of the year when we were looking at, you know, ways to spend the monies that were left in the budget. We were looking at security improvements and that kind of thing. And I stressed the importance of being cautious because COVID was going to have an impact on our budget. We had that discussion and we had the conversation over and over again that everyone was worried about the impacts of COVID and we didn't worry about it. I worried about it tremendously, but I don't feel like, you know, in the budget, it was really taken into account. You know, I wanted us to save more money. I wanted us to not put those monies into any kind of project. I just wanted them to go into our reserves for a rainy day. And I guess the rainy day is here. So maybe next year we'll get more funding, hopefully, maybe from the state. But this particular project is one that I think we haven't paid the proper attention to. I know that we spoke about it back in the day, but every time that it rains, one thing is for your street to get wet. One thing is, you know, I mean, for your cars to, you know, have a little bit of water. Once the water starts coming into your home and damaging your property, that is something that I think that we cannot continue to ignore. So for me, this is a priority. And, you know, stumbling upon this potential fund where we kind of have monies for infrastructure repairs, it's just, you know, earmarked towards something else. And the good news is that it's only going through 2022, right? So I guess after 2022, we're going to have monies that we can now spend in different infrastructure projects. If we have somewhere around $650,000 a year in PTP monies that we can use, you know, for roads and sidewalks and that kind of thing, I think that we might not even have to, you know, increase the franchise fee. I think that this would be a possible influx of funding for infrastructure. So I'd like to amend Councilmember Collazo's motion and add a $250,000 line item from the PTP funding for the 83rd Place drainage project. Thank you.
Second the motion.
There's a motion and a second. I'll go around. I'll start with the folks that haven't spoke. Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just for the time being, limiting my comments to Councilwoman Morano's particular amendment. Her and I ourselves went to go visit 83rd last year before COVID. And during a really bad rainfall, she was coming back, I believe it was from Marco Island. And I just happened to be going to the Rainbow vacuum store there on 86. So I got there and then she happened to also pass by after I sent her you know, a photo of what I was seeing, which was one of the residents basically taking matters into his own hands, having to try and get rid of the water that had accumulated there. And it was, you know, in some parts, it was almost up to my knee. So, you know, that project, I think, does have to be prioritized. You know, in countless meetings that we've spoken at the workshop on the stormwater rate, at our sunshine meetings, her and I have consistently identified this as something that needs to get done, especially in that particular area. It's not that it's not bad in others, but that particular road is just a mess. So I'm 100% support of her item. I think it is possible to do more of the lighting improvements that Councilman Collazo is pursuing, even with this amendment. And that's why I'm in full support, and I urge my colleagues also to support it. I'm even willing to go ahead and provide videos to the town clerk for circulation from that time that I visited it, so you can all see it for yourselves. It's really, really bad.
May I, through the manager?
Yes, Kay.
I just want you to be very aware that PTP funds cannot be used for all of the drainage project. PTP funds can only be used for the street portion, which means the paving of the streets, not for the drainage project.
So Kay, can you help us extrapolate that? Because we made a motion, there's a motion on the table and a second for $250,000 to provide relief flooding for an area I've been to personally, and it is terrible. But I want to make sure that where's the money going to come from for the drainage portion? That's just what I want to know.
There are other areas in the budget that we can tweak. I just don't know the breakdown of the project. I don't know how much of it is I guess it's underground and how much of it would be the road itself.
Yeah. 250, obviously, that's what the estimate from Public Works is. And as he stated, that did not take into account an outflow. Carlos, how did that project then contemplate mitigating the flooding? It's going to be a French drain only underground with no outflow?
That's correct, Mr. Manager. That's the estimate that we prepared was just basically to add more French drains and add, more volume capacity or storage capacity without the outflow.
Wait. And I just do want to say this: the outflow is optimal. The outfall is optimal. That we have to do. I remember we did a project there, Carlos. I don't know if you remember when we did the project on that avenue, and it was French drains that we fixed it years ago, and it didn't work. But the optimal fix here, which I think we need to do it, is the outfall.
That is the project that exists there today. That is the project that causes the flooding. It's the project that was done by the town, I guess, some years ago.
Exactly, and that's the outfall. The outfall is that's what we're doing in West Lakes. I'm sure you guys know on West Lakes we built the outfall on 89th Avenue. Now we're connecting every single side road. So everywhere in the town except certain areas have outfalls, and that's why you see flooding. So personally, the optimal is the outfall. Anything else besides that is I hope it works, but the optimal is an outfall. I want to make sure we're spending our money, and I think we could spend for an outfall. I mean, that has to be the optimal. So I'm just going to put that on the record.
Now, I just want to be clear, and I want to repeat something that I kind of alluded to a minute ago, but I want to be crystal clear. This project, the 59th Avenue project, we've already gone in design, so we've already spent money. Like I said, we're going to be going through the taking of the private piece of property by May or June of this next coming year. So within the next, whatever that is, 7, 8, 9 months, we will be going out to bid for the construction. It's not a project that is out there, 2 or 3 years out. Obviously, we have funding that will come because the construction, Carlos, if you can comment, the actual construction, once they start on the construction, how long will that be? A year and a half or so? The actual timeline for the construction portion?
The timeline estimated right now, it will take 2 years to build.
2 years in construction, but it's going to be going out to bid. So, it is what it is. You are the policymakers. The ramifications are what they are, but I feel I'm obligated to tell you what the ramifications are of some of these decisions that you're considering. Is if we make these two moves of the 100,000 and the 250 soon, not 2 or 3 years out from now, soon we're going to have to find somehow, some way to close a $350,000 gap in the 59th Avenue, sometime between now and May. And I don't know where that's going to come from, but I just want to be clear that it's not 2 or 3 years out from now. It is sooner, better than later. I want to make sure everybody's aware of that. That's all.
If I may, I know that part of the funding for this project is coming from a grant, and there's other parts of the funding that is coming from road impact fees.
Yes.
So all of the initial expenses come out of our general, out of this PTP money, or does that not get paid from the grant and from?
One thing is the budget, and one thing is cash flow, right? So you understand that better than me, So one thing, we have the cash, and remember that was one of the concerns that we had 6, 8 months ago when FEMA had not yet paid us back. budget wise, we have right now, we have it tight. We have the project covered. Cash wise, we had a concern because most of, like, even just the grant, the FDOT grant, even though we have this commitment from FDOT for, I think it's $4 million, FDOT doesn't give us $4 million up front. So budget wise, we have $4 million on the budget line from FDOT, but we have to advance the cash in advance for the taking, for a lot of the design work and so forth. So that was our concern 6-8 months ago. Now we're in a much better cash position because of the fact that we've recovered most of the reimbursements now from IRMA, that we weren't in that position, several months back. So, I just want everybody to go into this with their eyes wide open, that I don't want us all to be scrambling 6, 8, 9 months from now when we're ready to go to bid and we don't have the money to cover this project.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yeah, jump in. I know there's a lot of other council members that want to talk about the amendment to the budget.
Yeah, so my concern is, and I completely respect the issue of 83rd. It's horrendous what's happening to those homes. But here's my question is, and maybe the manager and to Mr. Acosta, what happened to that French drain that can't be repaired to get it to work properly? Because if that's the cause of the problem, is there a reasonable cost that we can put into to get that fixed and brought at least to bring relief to that area until we can get the proper drainage project going in there? That will not cost $250,000. Is there any relief that we can give that?
Carlos?
Vice Mayor, I think as the mayor alluded to, the main problem with this road is, the drainage that was built there a few years ago was recommended in a previous stormwater master plan, so they implemented that. One of the issues with this road is that there's a low point. The water goes nowhere, and similar to what the mayor alluded to, I think having an outfall is going to be critical, because we can add more French drain, and certainly that will make an impact, right? You're creating more capacity. The more water you can put inside pipes, the better. But the optimal will be because this is not a road like some of the other areas around town, where as roads floods, right, water just gets dispersed through other streets and it kind of levels off. This one, everything drains to those 4 inlets in the low point, and once those systems get full capacity, there's no other way to go. And so the outflow will be the optimal, and like I mentioned before, that was not considered in the estimate, so you can assume that the estimate will go up once we start adding that.
So to answer the question, the French drain that was put in the area is not working properly, and there's no other option to repair it or fix it or take out all the rocks and redo the drain at a reasonable cost to get a temporary solution until we can get the outfall and everything else going. So there is no other solution. I understand it's a load and it's a dip in the road. I got it. But there's no repair to that drain whatsoever to bring relief to those people right now.
That system right there, in my opinion, that system there, my professional opinion, that system was built and is functioning as it was designed. When you have storm events that are just your typical rainfall event for a few minutes and you're gone, we don't have problems. But when we have the kind of storms that we've had in the last few days, the kind of storms we had back in May, June timeframe, where you have 2 or 3 days of heavy rainfalls, high intensity, that system is going to get overwhelmed. But for the rainfall event that it was designed, yes. But in order to address the more recurrent heavy rainfall events, it will need an enhancement, and the outfall is the right way to go. Hopefully
got it. One more question. Until this project comes to fruition, until we can do other things, I know that in Miami Beach they put in some pumps in certain areas. Is there any way to do something like that to make sure that water doesn't get into these residents' homes attached to those drainage areas?
Pumps are an option, and I know I've discussed this with the town manager at length. I think one of the issues with a pump is that, you know, if you have to maintain it, you have to turn it on, you have to put gas, and when you have a rainfall event at 2 o'clock in the morning, you know, you're expecting staff, you know, you're going to have someone to go out there under the rain and kick this pump up, make sure it's running, and troubleshoot it if it needs to. And so where I'm going with that, there's other resources and logistical requirements that go with a pump. But yes, the short answer, adding a pump capable of pumping the water to another street, it's a possible solution.
Right. No, I understand and I understand. I mean, we use pumps here in where I work in the Gables, and we've done it for years with basement parking and stuff like that. So I understand the consequences that come with the pump, but I don't know if the residents of that area that are listening or maybe listening understand the consequences of why we haven't put in pumps is because of all the other infrastructure that comes with that pump and all the other issues that come with by placing a pump. So unless we have one of those automatic underground pumps, which again comes into, you know, the outfall. All right, thank you.
Vice Mayor, if I may to clarify, we have spoken to the residents, and we have explained to them why that it's not feasible. I reached out to Mr. Acosta on several occasions when there was heavy rains, and he walked me through the process that we just didn't have staff that was capable of going out there and installing these. The residents do have some small pumps that they've purchased, and they're an army out there. When it starts to rain, they come together, they work together, and they try to keep as much of the water out of their garages as possible. They've been doing it on their own, so they're familiar with the pumps. We just haven't been able to help them with anything more than that.
Thank you. I wasn't aware of it. Thank you.
And Carlos, real quick, I know that we had explored what they do in Brickell is that they inject the water underground, not just put it into another street. I know that was being explored here. I remember Alex Ray exploring that. I don't know if that ever got any legs, but I know they do it in Brickell where it gets really bad and they inject it back, not as far as the aquifer, but they inject it underground. So
yeah, that's correct, Mr. Mayor. When Alex Ray was here, we explored that. We talked with the consultant. We actually spoke with a contractor that does this for a business. And because we're so far, it's not as effective because we're so away from the coast. But basically what the consultant and the contractor was doing, that the environmental constraints that will be put on us will be very expensive. We will almost have to treat that water to almost drinking standard in order to pump it underneath. So it was not very cost effective. So that contractor and the consultant said it's not recommended where we're located at.
Got it. I just want to put on the record, yeah, we have to do whatever we can for those residents immediately, but just I do want to say that French drains alone are inadequate. There has to be, and they're inadequate also because there's issues with the water table in the ground that diminishes the capacity over time. So you have to have outfalls. So I just want to, Councilman Rodriguez hasn't had a chance to talk, and Councilman Alvarez. I see them both wanting to talk.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Ruano, I could not agree with you more. 83rd place is a desperate need of relief. I agree with you and Councilman Dieguez wholeheartedly. We need to find a way. I think the best thing for us to do would be to give Carlos until next month to come up with a reasonable solution for how we do this. This money that we're talking about moving one way or the other, the 100,000 or 250, that money's not going to be spent from now to next month. I think Carlos, with a little bit more time, because we sort of threw this on his plate, you know, on the fly. I think Carlos, with a little bit more time, can really look at something, really look at the numbers, and then we can sit down with, okay, how much can we take from PTP? How much of it is road, resurfacing? How much of it do we need to take, from that fund? Potentially, I know we have a $238,000 contingency. I would have no problem taking some or most of that money instead of paying it to our fund balance, even though I wholeheartedly agree that we need to get that at 20%. This is the type of emergency. This is the type of thing that I think not going to the rollback allows us to do, right? Where we have the flexibility to take this money, this small 238,000 that we have a contingency on, and put it towards something that can really make a difference for residents in this town. So I think we should defer the item until next month, specifically just because these funds are not going to be spent, right? If this was money that was going to be identified and spent starting next month, I'd agree that we'd have to decide tonight. I think we'd get a lot farther if we allow Carlos to break down the project properly for us instead of just throwing out old numbers. Break it down. How much is street? What can we take from PTP? How much do we need to cover? And then that way we can maybe consider using that contingency fund that we now have to complete this project that I think is in desperate need, and even more so than even the lighting or the crosswalks. It's my opinion. For me, it's the #1 priority in the town. Is the poor people on 83rd Place. That street is absolutely embarrassing. So that would be my recommendation. Obviously, we have a motion, an amendment, and another amendment. So we sort of have to reshuffle. I'll leave that to Councilman Dieguez how we work that out. But that would be my recommendation. Let's give Carlos a month to properly put us in the right position to make an educated decision.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. Councilman Alvarez.
Yeah, just to make sure my memory serves me correct, Carlos, this was the 83rd Avenue project that we're discussing, is where we spoke about a year ago that we couldn't, the water couldn't flow into the lake, that we didn't have permission to let the water flow out to the lake, and that basically the French drains only held a certain amount of water, and we needed to the only alternative was to put larger drains in there where more water would go into, because we didn't have the option of being able to outflow the water into the lake, correct?
That's correct, Councilmember.
And we also said that the $100,000 that Councilman Collazo mentioned towards public safety with traffic lights and pedestrian walkway lighting, those funds cannot go into infrastructure projects that have to do with drainage, correct? Manager?
The money from PTP can be used for what Councilmember Collazo was requesting for the lighting. That can be used. It cannot be used for the drainage portion of the project that Councilmember Ruano was proposing. It could be used for the paving of the road after the project is done, but only for that portion, not for the drainage portion.
Got it. Well, I mean, and I agree with the council and Councilmember Ruano and Councilmember Dieguez. I think this is an urgency, and this is for us, an emergency for these residents. And I think we need to figure out whatever it is that we need to do to provide relief and support to them. Like Councilmember Rodriguez said, if this is something where we're going to use contingency funds, which is well worth it. We haven't seen infrastructure funding for 2 years from the state, and we're not even sure. And my guess would be that we're probably not going to see any infrastructure funding the next year either. I think and again, Carlos and I had this discussion a few months ago. So I think we have to find a way to provide support and relief to them. I agree also with Luis Collazo and championing public safety and, chipping away at helping with lighting and pedestrian walkway lighting. I've been a big champion for that as well. So I think we need to give Carlos some time to maybe look into this. And I think if it's the will of the council to vote on this, to use contingency funding for this project, I think it'll come to a vote to us and we'll make a decision. But I think we know where our hearts and where our minds are with this for relief for that 83rd Avenue area.
Can I propose something? And I agree with Councilmember Jeff Rodriguez with allowing Carlos to better fine tune the estimate of what will it truly cost for 83rd Place, because I don't want to make decisions based on an estimate that may not be 100% exact. But if we have money that we have, like I've told all of you, that we have put, not designated, not allocated from mobility. We have two projects, Kislak and the Auto Mall, that we have money in this budget from the mobility fee, that we were using it as a safety net when in the event that we get to the construction phase of 59th Avenue and it comes in higher than we had expected. So what I propose is that we repay or we transfer 100,000, and this is just for you to consider. And I don't want to get with the parliamentary procedures here, but I just want to throw this out, and then Robert's rules will dictate how you guys proceed from here. But take the 100,000 from mobility, repay 59th Avenue, the 100,000 that Council Member Collazo was proposing. Now we have at least 59th Avenue is made whole. We still have a little bit of a safety net, the 159,000, the 100 and some odd thousand still left in mobility as a safety net for construction. Now, with regard to the drainage project on 83rd Place, the idea that Council Member Jeff Rodriguez proffered, it may be workable that we have the 230 some odd thousand in contingency, that can be used towards the drainage project. Now, what that will do then, it puts us behind the 8 ball, which is truly more of a long range goal. It puts us behind the 8 ball with getting closer to the 20% fund balance level. We have to do it by 2022. So if we make all of these moves, I would recommend that this council consider modifying the ordinance that Council Member Dieguez proffered and you guys approved on the 20% fund balance, to extend it out an extra year and modify it to keep the 20%, but the target date would be 2023 instead of 2022. And that'll give us a little bit of breathing room to be able to accomplish our goal of getting to the 20%.
That's exactly what I was going to ask Councilman Dieguez as well, is we have to figure out that 20%. That'll give us the balance that we need. But I don't think we want to eliminate the 20%. Extending it out is a good idea.
We gotta finalize. There's a motion. There's actually two motions on the table. There's one motion by Councilman Collazo that he's making an amendment to the budget, and there's a motion by Councilwoman Ruano that she's making an amendment to his motion. So I just want to make sure that we figure it out. Back, Councilwoman Ruano, it's your motion. What do you want to do?
I'm going to withdraw the motion, and we'll tackle it as a separate subject, as a separate line item, and we'll just leave the original motion for the $100,000 for the lighting, and then we'll tackle that subject on a separate line.
Got it. Thank you. Councilman Collazo, in closing.
Nothing further to add. Appreciate, actually, I appreciate each and every one of you actually listening and trying to solve some of the real world issues that our residents are coming up to us and asking us to solve. So actually love the fact how we're working on as a team on this. So thank you guys.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo. Madam Clerk, on this one, please call the roll on the amendment.
I didn't get her audio.
I'm sorry. I thought it was unmuted. Councilmember Collazo, on your motion.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
And Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes. The amendment by Councilmember Collazo, seconded by Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're back onto the budget as amendment. I believe I started with Councilman Collazo, right? And he had said he had a couple more motions. So the floor's still yours, Councilman Collazo.
I'm going to yield. It's taken up a lot of deliberation, and my other items are minimal compared to some of the other ones. So I might just jump on somebody else's amendments, but just giving them the opportunity. Thank you, Mayor.
Got it. Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to adopt what the manager had recommended, which was taking those 100,000 that we had removed from the PTP, taking them from the mobility, the contingency reserve funds that we have in mobility fee trust account fund, and taking it from 295 to 195, and then repaying back that those PTP funds.
Second that.
There's a motion and a second. Councilman Collazo.
I'm okay with it. The reason I was targeting the PTP money, it's because it's restricted and it has to be used for that purpose. I'm okay with giving the manager flexibility to see how it's best suited. So in theory, I'm fine with it. I don't know if we should. Yeah, I'm fine with it. I'm fine.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo. Councilman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that the mobility fee monies that are in that account aren't large amounts, so they're not big enough to tackle large projects. I guess replacing this particular line item is of importance right now. I'm not sure that we won't be dipping into this for something else, but for right now, I'm okay with this transaction as well.
Thank you, Councilman Ruano. Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just to kind of clarify, because my colleagues may have seen me initially going to make my second, and then I kind of backed off. The reason why is because I I'm going to support it to move it along with the caveat that what makes me nervous about using the 238 that's being budgeted for contingency is that this budget, as we all know, the budget document is a forecast, right? The forecast can change throughout the year. This isn't our balance sheet, our statement of cash flows, or our profit and loss statement or anything like that. This is just a document that we use to kind of forecast where we expect to be. For the reasons that Councilman Collazo, myself, and all of us actually mentioned in the prior discussion on the millage rate, there's still a lot of uncertainty as to where the state revenue side of things is gonna land. Including money that's shared with us from the county for things like PTP and whatnot, and other gas tax sources. So I'm just a little bit nervous, but I will support it to move it along. I just want to reflect on the record my frustration with the idea that the PTP can be used to add lighting, but yet when it comes to drainage, it can't also be used for that, which obviously drainage affects roads. In terms of, again, as Councilwoman Ruano pointed out, the ability for her in a sedan to get around town, which is obviously a problem for a lot of people throughout the county. We've all seen the images from earlier this summer of cars stalling out in various parts of the county because of this. So again, that's one of the things I don't understand. I don't know if that's a fix that maybe the council at some point would be interested in pursuing at the county or state level, whatever it is. But I think it's a bit weird that we're only allowed to use PTP money for the pavement portion of the road or road impact, right? But somehow the lighting is okay. I don't know, just a frustration. I just wanted to put on the record and see perhaps if that's something for us to address, and also wanted to clarify why I did not immediately jump in to second the motion by my colleague. With that, I'll be supporting the item and moving it along.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Councilman Alvarez.
No further comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Alvarez. Vice Mayor.
No comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Clubhouse all the time.
Yes.
Tiny little guy, and here he is many years.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're back on to the budget as amended twice. Councilman Rodriguez, you have the floor. Are you yielding it to another council member?
Yield to Councilwoman Ruano to see how we can work through the proposal for 83rd, waiting for for next month to see if he wants to make a motion on that.
Thank you, Councilmember Rodriguez. I think that the idea of using what we had intended to put in our fund balance for this particular flooding project, I think is a fantastic idea. It may not be enough. So I think that we should pull whatever we needed for, or whatever we can allocate to the surfacing of the road from the PTP funds, and then leave the rest in there from the fund balance transfer. I know that the mayor mentioned that we needed an outfall for this project to work properly. And I do believe that Mr. Acosta was in conversations with the owners of the lake that is directly behind this block. If in fact we can manage an outfall to that lake, then it would increase the cost of the project. So it may be more than $250,000. We don't know how much to allocate at this point. I would suggest allocating the 238, and I would also suggest allocating maybe another 100 from the 59th Avenue, from the monies earmarked for the 59th Avenue. I don't think that it would be that much. I don't have any idea what an outfall may or may not cost. I don't know if Mr. Acosta can maybe give me a better indication of what something like that, adding that to the project, what something like that would cost.
Councilwoman Ruano, like stated earlier, I think if you give me for the next 30 days, I could work on the estimate, because there's also, we have to go through private property, and there's easements and things that will have to be involved. So I need to tally up all those costs and come.
No problem. No problem. I completely understand. So I would motion to allocate at this moment the 238 and the 100. It may or may not come in at that number, but I think that that might be a safe estimate as to where we may be for a project like this.
Just for clarification, Councilwoman, the extra 100 would come from the PTP that we just put in, or from the mobility fee? The remaining 195 from mobility fee.
I was going to take it from the PTP. If it's easier to take it from the mobility fee, works for me as well. I know that the mobility fee can be used maybe for other things.
What would you?
Can I?
What gives us the most flexibility, I guess?
Can I make a recommendation? Because if the budget is passed as is with those items, I'm not talking about any other amendments that may be considered, right? So we're going to have money, unless it's touched for some other reason, we're going to have money that's going to 195 in mobility. We have 238 in contingency. We have the money now that is 59th Avenue. Now 59th Avenue was made whole, so 59th Avenue is done. Can you know, that'll flow into the budget. So the moves that you're considering are just within the budget. So they are moves that can be made in subsequent months. In other words, next month or November, with more certainty. And that's why I was saying you don't have to make these moves now. You can make them in October or November, and then that'll give Carlos the opportunity to explore the outflow with the Duns. He can relook at the project, and then discuss and come to better certainty as to the split, right? How much of the road resurfacing is going to cost? How much of it is drainage? And then we can come back to you in either, in October, and more than likely it'll probably have to be an ordinance, or it'll have to be read in October, November, with a plan for you to consider in October. And there'll be moves all within the budget, the existing budget. It won't be increasing the budget, it won't be decreasing the budget. It'll be just moves from within this existing budget. But at least you can make those decisions with more clarity and more certainty as to where it's going to come from.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And I can understand exactly where you're coming from, but I lost an item once because I delayed it and we didn't pass it at that moment. And then, you know, some council members changed their minds. So I would really feel more comfortable. And I think that the residents on this block would rest a little easier this evening if we pass this. If it has to be tweaked in reverse, or if it has to be moved later on, I have no issues doing that. But I'd like to leave something concrete this evening with regards to this budget and this project. So I'd rather move forward with it today.
So I want to be clear, what you're proposing is to move the contingency money to the capital fund, to
Right.
have a drainage capital fund. Hey, and Melissa, tell me if I'm speaking gibberish and make sure that I'm stating it correctly, because I want to make sure that the
You're not.
intent is that we reflect it correctly.
Mhm.
That the contingency money is moved into the capital fund to establish a capital fund for that, the drainage project there. And that $100,000 be moved from 59th Avenue PTP money and be used for whatever portion of the
That's
project
the
can be
capital
done
fund.
from those funds. Is that accurate, Councilmember Ruano?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And we'll still do the legwork and make sure that we bring it back, and we'll bring you an update next month with and make it more clear, more certain.
I'll second that motion.
There's a motion and second. I'll go all the way around. I'll start with the vice mayor. I know he hasn't had a chance to speak. Vice mayor.
No, I'm good. I truly appreciate the discussion and the openness and the willingness for the council to work. And I think that this makes for a better budget as we move around and figure out where the money's going to go. This is the perfect time to do this. Now that we can make motions, sunshine meeting is one thing, but today we can actually make some motions and get things done. So I'm in support of it.
Councilman Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor, in support of it as well.
Councilman Dieguez.
Mayor, and two things. I'm going to support it. Again, I'm a bit curious, to see where that 238, line item ultimately ends up. I'm still a little bit uncertain about it, but what makes me rest a little bit easier is that we're probably going to have some carryover later after we officially close out our accounts. So that gives me some confidence there. Plus, any future moves that we can make, we might be able to move some things around to help get us where we need to with that. So I'll be supporting it. And with respect to the 20% reserves, I'll be bringing some legislation to relax the requirement a bit more, at least to buy a bit more time to accommodate that. So in case anyone was considering that, what I was going to do, I will be working with the manager to buy a bit more time on that, because obviously, as we've been discussing, this water project in particular is a particularly urgent one. And then combine that also with some other urgent issues on the lighting front. Some of you might remember the New Year's Eve incident that we had in an area that had, less lighting. I'm not saying that was necessarily the cause. I don't myself believe that, but, just in the future, it would help for us to be able to make sure that we eliminate every possible, cause that can lead to some kind of harm. So, and for the record, I've also been an advocate of more lights throughout the town since 2010. It was actually the reason why I got into politics, at a budget hearing about this issue. Anywho, I'm done.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Councilman Collazo.
Nothing further to add. Just like the fact that we're all working together, and appreciate the manager's willingness to allow us to be creative and helping us out in identifying what we believe is priority. So appreciate everybody working together, and this motion has my full support.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo. Initially, I was going to vote no on all amendments. From a transparency standpoint, I really just personally believe that residents should have an opportunity to see these before the budget hearing, to have a chance to chime in. So, but that's my philosophical perspective. I truly believe that. I believe that residents should have an opportunity to look at those amendments beforehand, whatever they may be, and have an opportunity to chime in. But I'm going to be voting for this. I know those residents on that block personally. A lot of them are people who have been asking for this for a long time. So yeah, if we can start moving in the right direction, I'm all on board, but definitely that alpha needs to be negotiated. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're back onto the budget as amended twice. Council, if you have any other motions, I don't think Councilman Dieguez, have you had a chance to speak?
No, but I'm gonna make an amendment myself, and it shouldn't be controversial, but it's also not and it shouldn't be controversial in part because it's not, at least in my view, not a big change. It's actually probably what some would describe as kind of nitpicking, but I still think that what I have here actually would is at least a little something that I think sends a strong statement. I'm gonna move to amend the budget so that the 15,000 in the travel budget, the 2,000 in the National League of Cities line item, and the 3,000 holiday banners line item are rolled into the MLOP savings fund. I think that the $15,000 travel budget in particular for the council is something that we're just not going to use this year. Even if, let's say, days were to occur, in some fashion, I think we can all afford that particular trip. And at least in the other stuff that I would have myself relied on that travel budget for, things such as going to IEMO trainings and the like, that's just not likely to happen in this coming fiscal year. And I think it's something that we can defer. So again, nitpicking perhaps, that just gets us to 20,000 in some cuts, but it's 20,000 here, 20,000 there. It adds up, and I'd like to put that into the MLOP. And I think it also would send a strong statement that, notwithstanding the environment and the fact that we didn't do the rollback, we are also, cutting back and what I would argue is a key part of the compensation we receive by making this change. So that is my motion.
I will second that.
So I'll just start off quick comments. Most of them are fine. The only one since they're all in one, I'm gonna have to vote no on it. On the travel stuff, I think it should be a choice of. There's obviously several of you that'll give it back. I'm gonna use them because I'm gonna be going up, regardless, to get a good view with the managers sometime in December after organizational session, and I might have to be going up to DC if Senator Rubio does the hearing on the zip code. I know I've been talking to his staff, and they might be doing that, or any vehicle in the Senate if they were to move on the Postal Service funding issue. They're going to attach the zip code issue on there, so I'll be going up there too to speak on that issue. So I'll personally be using it. Whatever I don't use, I can put it back. But I do believe the travel budget shouldn't be a vote; it should be a choice. With that, I'm just gonna have to vote on the whole thing, vote no on it altogether. Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. I understand and respect your position on this, but I have to agree with Councilman Dieguez. This year is, at least for the rest of the council, I think you're in a unique position as the intergovernmental relationships person for the town. It's necessary for you to go out and speak to the different representatives in Tallahassee and hopefully in Washington if that happens. But I think the rest of us, either we sit tight for 1 year or we pay for it ourselves if we really think it's necessary for us to go. But I can respect your opinion and your position, but I personally would forego my portion of that travel budget. And if we wanted to make it on a personal level, we can do that. But I would be foregoing my travel and per diem for that.
Thank you, Councilman Krause.
Yeah, I'm full agreement with what Councilman Rodriguez said. Many years we vote on this issue. I know this issue becomes a sticking point, and I know for some years, some of us have used it, others have opted out. For everyone except the mayor, the reality is we get a car allowance. We have monies that we're allotted that could pay for this expense. When you make it optional, I think up to a certain point, the option is one that we're taking already. We have a car allowance that we can use for transportation, and if we choose to fly, then we can fly. So I'm fine with giving up my portion, and I would ask all of our other colleagues to do the same. I think the mayor, as the chair of our government, may be put into that position a little bit differently. So I don't know if everybody would be open to an amendment to the item, which would insulate the mayor's portion and all of us take the option to forego, meaning that whatever the mayor's portion is, we leave it intact. I don't know what the total would be then to the travel budget, and put the rest of the monies into MLA.
I would second that. If that was a motion, I would second it.
I don't know if I phrased it like a motion, but my motion would be to kind of do that.
There's an amendment to that main motion. Discussion on that one, council?
I'm good with that, Mayor. I'm good in giving up my travel and having yours in place and the managers if needed.
Council, any discussion on that amendment? Just jump in. Just unmute yourself and jump in because I see everybody wants to speak.
All right, I'll stand with my disagreement that of my past practice of saying that that travel budget shouldn't be touched. And I think that you definitely have one new council member coming on board that should have the opportunity to vote on that come in November. It's $20,000, and I agree with you, Councilman. Every little 20 adds up to a bigger number. But I think that this item can wait till November and let that new council member or two vote on that item because it personally affects them. Not everybody can afford to take a plane ride to Tallahassee, depending on the cost, and not everybody has a vehicle that is good enough to drive for 8 hours. So I think that each individual person has to make that decision. And I think that this is something that we should consider, you should consider once you have your new council members sworn in to office, and let them have the opportunity to vote on that specific issue. It's not an infrastructure issue. It's not a priority issue. It's an issue that we're not going to be using the money now in October, November, December, and you have time to bring them on board and let them make that decision. So I won't be supporting it. I like the amendment that the mayor's monies will be separated so that he can travel for those particular events. But maybe one of the council members wants to travel with the mayor and be part of that and learn from those situations. But so I'm going to vote no on both the motions.
Thank you. Any other council members just jump in?
Yes, I'm sorry. Do we have a cost estimate of what the mayor's trips would be if we were to just leave those on budgeted for, if they were to happen, because we don't know yet if they were to happen.
Let me, the total under that line of travel and per diem for the council and the mayor is 15,000. So if we restore the mayor's, which is slated at 3,000, the line, instead of going to zero, the line would go to 3,000. Whoever made that, Mayor, is that your amendment?
That was Councilman Collazo and seconded by Councilman Rodriguez. And just so you guys know, I am extremely.
That's the amendment. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. That's the amendment to leave that line item at 3?
Yes.
Okay, I can support that.
And just so you guys know, I'm extremely frugal. The first time the zip code passed, I went to DC and I literally stayed in Airbnb in somebody's random house that they had dogs and stay. I was weird, but I had to save money. All the hotel rooms were like $500 and I literally had to stay in somebody's house. It was. Like
I can confirm that, Mayor.
Yeah.
I can confirm because I just happened to be in DC at the same time on another issue. Not dealing with town functions, but I remember your story about where you were staying. And seeing the dog hair on your suit. So.
It was interesting. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none. It counts. Mr. Attorney, I can vote, right? That is yes. Right. Okay. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I believe so. If you don't, it seems like there's full support for it. So it may be a good idea for you not to vote because it's straight for you.
I'll pass it over
So
to
I
the Vice Mayor.
yeah, if I was you, I would probably take a step back.
Madam Clerk?
So you will be voting on the motion made by Councilmember Collazo, seconded by Councilmember Rodriguez, to forego the council member's part and only to keep the mayor's portion. So from $15,000 travel budget, it would go down to $3,000, correct? That is a motion?
Yes.
The amendment that you're all voting.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo,
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano,
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez,
No.
Councilmember Alvarez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
No.
The motion passes. The motion
Vice
passes.
Mayor, you're gonna have to continue this because now it's back to the main,
Yes.
main amendment as.
So now would be the main motion, no, not the main motion, the amendment number 3 made by Councilmember Dieguez,
Yes.
seconded by Councilmember Jeffrey Rodriguez, in regards to the $2,000 for the National League of Cities and the $3,000 for the holiday banner.
And the rest of the travel budget.
Exactly.
That,
Oh,
yeah.
right, because your
Exactly.
motion, Councilmember Dieguez, was 15, right, to roll over into the savings account, the $15,000, the $2,000, and the $3,000, correct?
Well, subtract the
Yeah.
3,000, right?
Yeah, so now it's 12,000 for the travel budget, 2,000
Correct.
for the cities, and 3,000 for the holiday banners into the MLOP savings fund.
Correct. So as amended, Councilmember Dieguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo,
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez,
No.
the motion passes. Amendment number 3.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll go to the Vice Mayor. Do you have any amendments?
I do not, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Alvarez, do you have any amendments?
No amendments, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Alvarez. Council, anybody else wishing to add anything else to the budget before we vote on the budget as amended?
I would like to suggest another amendment. I didn't want to add it on to Councilmember Dieguez.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was looking at, there was 2 things that I looked at the budget that I had questions on. One of them is in the IT section of the budget, and it is $32,000 for hardware. I wanted to see if the manager could walk me through what those $32,000 are for. I know that at the closing of our last budget cycle, there were purchases made with regards to IT equipment. I know there was computers, monitors, things like that, in addition to other purchases that were made. But I just wanted to know if we had an idea of what these $32,000 would be funding. The question is for the manager.
Yeah. Melissa, do you have a recap of exactly what the detail of exactly what's going into that 32 from IT?
Give me a moment, sir.
I see an annual refreshment. I guess that's 1/3 of our machines are annually, with the change in technology, 1/3 of the machines are scheduled to be replenished or changed out. 1 server to control the Active Directory, and $2,000 in network equipment. That
But
makes
this-
up.
Right, yeah, yes, I'm sorry, that is a description that's written out here. I guess my question, to make it a little more direct, is this an essential replacement? Can this be put off till next year?
Yeah, but I think what it'll do then next year, the 17, the annual refreshment, then we'll end up with double that, right? Because if we don't do it this year, then the machine is going to be, outdated.
are these machines that are not operating? I know that we've had this discussion before. I'm from the private sector and I don't replace machines until they stop operating. So I know that we're on a plan, but are these machines that are in need of repair, or can we just push the whole plan 1 year out into the future?
Herman, I see that you're here. Herman, can you talk about the IT replacement plan?
Yes. Basically, 1/3 of our equipment is usually upgraded. One of those upgrades has to be with cybersecurity. Some of our equipment is 2011, 2012, and those laptops can no longer be supported by any other operating system. So once you reach out a certain age or model on an equipment, you can no longer upgrade them. So you would be out of patches or any other way to maintain a safe environment.
So then this is an essential change. This cannot be pushed out into the future.
Yes.
Correct. We try to bare minimum, so we maintain just like 1/3 of our equipment, and every year we change the next batch. So more or less every 3 years we will have a refreshment of our equipment. Otherwise, again, we would be in a tough situation in terms of cybersecurity.
Okay, so do we have any machines now that are in that time frame that they're no longer being supported by these firewalls or safety features?
Yes, yes. As a matter of fact, the last probably 6 or 8 laptops that we changed, they were 2011, and all depends on how critical. For example, if it's a computer that belongs to a mayor or a council member or someone that is a high target person, those are the ones that we go first, and then we pass the next upgrade to the following batch. So we try to keep it bare minimum, but at the same time, take in consideration how exposed can we be if we opt to not have an upgraded equipment.
Okay, is there any portion of this 32 that can hold off 1 more year?
Most of the equipment, again, we maintain bare minimum equipment. Sometimes some batteries, backup network equipment, those are have to be maintained and replaced on a regular basis. So we are on the bare minimum. To be quite honest, is like the minimum that we should be that we should keep.
Okay, because there's another 13,000 in supplies, accessories, and cabling and battery backups and things like that. So it's altogether it's 40, 45, I guess. So there's none of that
Give or take, yes.
There isn't any portion of that we can hold off.
No, and as we go on the budget every year, we almost exhaust all the monies that we're allocated. So again, we are like trying to maintain a safe and with a bare minimum assets.
Okay, thank you, Herman. I appreciate that. The other item that I wanted to discuss was tree planting. We have 2 line items that have tree planting. One is for 55,000, and then one is for 100,000, which is the West Lakes reforestation phase 5. I know that that's part of our plan. However, I know that there's a little bit of uncertainty that we've discussed with regards to revenue sharing from the state. So I wanted to know if there was an appetite to hold off on that and kind of wait till we were in a better place before we move forward with any tree planting or tree replacing in the town. So my motion.
Are you talking about West Lakes?
One of the line items is West Lakes, and then we have another line item that's just called tree planting, which is for 55,000. So combined, it's 155,000.
Yeah. Danny, chime in, but I for sure the West Lakes is our portion of a grant for we can do the next phase in the reforestation project.
So that is with grant monies that we're doing that 100,000?
Partially, it's half the grant and half our funds. Danny, that's correct?
Yeah, so for the West Lakes Reforestation, that's correct. We partner with Miami-Dade County on the Need Streets grant. It's a matching grant, so the manager is correct. $50,000 is a contribution from the county. And also note, the $50,000 that's coming from the town is coming from tree permitting revenues, which is only designated for tree installation and enhancing our canopy here in the town.
So in the Public Works Green Space budget, that 55,000 comes from those revenues.
No, that's another line item. That's from the
That's
general fund. Yeah, and that's annually on average. If you look back at the budget, dating back to 1819, we expended 54, 55, and that's just enhancing the overall canopy here in the town. We have anywhere between 70 to 90 tree installs a year with that money.
Okay, so then the reforestation phase 5, that we have to do because we have that grant that we have to move forward with in this new fiscal year. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so then I would consider holding off on tree planting for this year because it is an uncertain year. We can wait and see how the year progresses with regards to the state revenue sharing. And if the funding is there and available, we can move forward at a later date. But right now, I would suggest putting those monies into our fund balance. That would be my motion.
Councilwoman Morano, and also another thing to note here is we're the recipient of Tree City USA over the past 11 years, and now the Growth City USA for the past 10 years as well too. So this may hamper that designation moving forward if we discontinue any tree installs moving into 2021.
But we're installing phase 5 of West Lakes. So we're still installing a significant amount of trees.
Yeah, so this is just in addition to that growth award, there's specific criteria and requirements that we need to meet every fiscal year. There's a per capita expenditure that we have to consider as well too. But at the end of the day, I mean, we serve at the will of the council, and if the council wants to go ahead and eliminate tree installs moving into 2021, then we'll go ahead and move forward with that.
Okay, no, and I understand that. I just wouldn't consider it eliminating tree installs because we're reforesting another phase of Westlake. So I would hope that would still qualify as installing trees.
Danny, how many phases are there for the West Lakes Reforestation Project? It's 6 phases, correct?
Yes. So we're anticipating 2 more phases. So yeah, phase 6 will be the last phase.
I'm going to second Councilwoman Morano's motion, by the way, before we, so that we can, I guess, get in the proper posture.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Councilman Alvarez, did that answer your question?
Yes, Mayor. I know we're almost done with that project, so I know it'll be great to finalize it. So just wanted to make sure it's 6 phases. Thank you.
I'll put this. I won't be able to support this one. I think we have to keep moving forward on tree planting. My main issue is I did some due diligence the last several days with staff, specifically on cost increases. And I know tree planting is one of them that has tree installs have gone up. So that's my only. The longer we wait to do these things, even if it's a year, it's going to be that much more expensive. Not only forget about trees, the equipment, but labor and everything. It's going to get more and more expensive. So I won't be voting in affirmative of this motion just because of the cost increases, and it will get more expensive as the years continue to go by. With that being said, we'll go around. Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. I also will not be supporting this item. I think this is something that like Mr. Angel mentioned, it's something we're recognized for, is the canopy, and I appreciate that we're doing phase 5. But this is already sort of the bare minimum that we do to get recognized. And I think it's something that really sets our town apart and provides the look and feel that we really look for. So I know there's still a lot of need out there for the tree planting. So I'm not going to be supporting this particular item, although I really appreciate what we're doing here and going through and trying to see what we can do to save the residents some money.
Councilman Collazo.
I apologize because I had to step out away from my screen for a couple seconds, so I didn't see when the item was introduced, but I caught the tail end of Councilwoman Morano's remarks. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Councilwoman Morano. You did not say, or maybe you did say, not to spend any money on tree planting, but I also heard some conversations with regards to if there's additional adjustments coming in. we could revisit. So I just wanted to be clear. You said something along to that effect. Can you just repeat it for my sake? And I apologize again that I walked away.
Yes, Councilman Collazo. I was looking for sources with which we could cover a potential loss of revenue from the state sharing if those numbers didn't come in at the numbers that we're expecting or at the numbers that we have on our budget. So I know that we have we always plant trees, we replace trees. I thought that that was something that we could put on hold. I didn't consider the, Tree City USA. I didn't consider those things. I was strictly looking at it from the point of view that we do have a beautiful canopy in the town, and I thought that maybe we could hold off a few months or even one fiscal year to continue that.
So if the monies do come in as forecasted and there is no need to adjust, your will is to leave it as is.
Absolutely.
Okay, I can support her initiative.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo. Councilman Diaz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And basically, the conversation just happened. Councilman Morano, I think, is prudently trying to look at ways that we don't catch ourselves later having to plug the hole that we created because maybe the forecast. Thank you. So going back to my train of thought, because the 238, as I've been saying all night, does concern me because it's a revenue source that is not, fully stable, less so this year than others. That is one of the things I've been very cautious about trying to allocate. Obviously, I voted in the end to do so in the case of the infrastructure projects. And part of that was because I'm also assuming some of the carryover that we will see later will materialize to help offset any shortage that may occur there. Also, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I hope the town staff will once again try to negotiate with Cigna to maybe also get another reduction this year. Even if it's not the 108 or whatever it was from last year. But that potentially is another area that we can make up for some of the money that would be lost potentially in that particular line item from that source. I think this is another way of protecting against that. As she pointed out, if the money does end up materializing, then the money goes right back to fund these things. I do think this is obviously a key feature of what makes Miami Lakes special. The trees in our town logo, everything about the way we market ourselves revolves around a tree growing beautifully, for example, our motto. So obviously I want to protect that. But we also understand that whether or not we get the Tree City USA recognition, whether or not we get the All-American City recognition, we know that we are all those things and more. And deferring it by 1 year, yes, the cost will go up. That's the case for every other infrastructure project. I think if we have to, and again, that being the key term, that we have to do it to cover a shortfall in one particular year, then so be it. But as I understood that conversation just now, that's exactly what she's saying. For now, continue on with phase 5, but not to plan on doing any tree installs this fiscal year. However, if the state revenue projection that is the basis of the 238 that we just allocated, if that does actually materialize and is not, does not result in a shortfall, then obviously the town staff would have the discretion to reinstate it. So with that, I'll be fully supporting the item and thank her for bringing the item forward.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Councilman Alvarez.
No further comments, Mayor. I will not be supporting the item.
Vice Mayor.
Okay, so and here's my concern. If we're talking about monies, transfer this money only if the state money doesn't come in, it doesn't have to be done tonight. This could be done at another day down the line when we look at the revenues and the revenue stream is not coming in. You can push back the date of the planting, and I'll support you on that, Councilman Morano. But if this money is not going to be used today, and we don't know what the revenue forecast is, and I guarantee you that everybody in this council, including the next incoming council members, will vote the same way to stop planting, forfeit the trophy, to make sure that we have the proper revenue in the future. If the revenue sources don't come in, they'll vote for it 100%. But I'll support your amendment if you say push it back until we find out what those numbers are in a few months. But, this is a commitment that we had to the community. This has been taken on time and time again in West Lakes. And it's not money that we're going to be using in the next couple of days. And it's not emergency money. It's not an emergency project. So I can support the pushback. I just can't support the cancellation of the reforestation project and that tree forestation right now. This is a project that was promised to those residents long ago. We're already more than 50% in. And that's one of the parts of the town that has been neglected for years and years and years and years. And we're finally making them part of that, growing beautifully in Miami Lakes. And I don't want to do that to West Lakes. So again, I can support something of pushing it back, the timeline. But, if it was that we needed the funds immediately, I guarantee you this whole council will be 100% behind you and giving up those funds immediately. But until we know what the shortage is going to be, if there's a shortage, I think that, I can't support it. And I truly appreciate you going line item by line item and picking up those items because every dollar counts. I just think that, the budget is balanced right now. You're going to have a budget review coming up in the next couple of months. And this can be done at any time. I know what you're doing. You're taking advantage of getting all these things in tonight because it's important. It's important we're working on the budget. And you're absolutely right. I do understand when you tabled an item many months ago and you lost it because of an issue. And I completely respect that. It should have never been tabled at that time. And I think I was one of the ones that asked you to table it and I may have been wrong. But I can't support this item tonight. I think we need to just go with where we're at. Let push the timeline back, but I don't see us being able to tell those residents right now of West Lakes, look, we're not going to continue planting the trees and beautifying your
Vice
town.
Mayor, for clarification, it's not the West Lakes project. It's the $55,000 that are just general planting throughout the town. It's not particularly the reforestation project.
Okay, so I'm sorry then. I must have misunderstood.
No,
I
that's
know we had a 70,000. A matching fund from the county. What's the total money that you're moving out of tree planting?
The monies that we're discussing are $55,000, and they are in the tree planting fund, not the tree planting line item, not the $100,000 from the West Lakes reforestation program. And the only reason why I considered making this motion tonight is because I don't know what the schedule of tree planting is. So I don't want this to catch us by surprise 6 months from now, and for us to have already spent the monies. I don't know when the trees get planted. They might get planted very early on in our fiscal year, and then by the time that the revenue doesn't get here, we've already spent the money. So that's the only reason why I was requesting to make this amendment tonight.
Yeah, no, I fully understand. But there's a ton of dead trees on Miami Lakes Drive of oak trees that need to be replaced that were done, and I think that this is the basic of beautification of our town is the trees. I mean, that's what we count on. That's what we're all about. I just for the 55,000, I'd rather you push it back and ask for the timeline, push back the timeline and ask for that, rather than push the money away right now until we can get that timeline information. I'm just going to leave it at that.
We can ask that of management. We were just going through the line items on the budget, but if management would consider pushing that back, I think it would be a great idea too if this motion doesn't pass.
Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Manager.
Yeah, I just want to allay the concerns, the state revenue sharing concerns that I've heard. It keeps resurfacing, keeps coming up. And I just want to allay the concerns or the fears. I know that early on in the whole COVID dilemma, there was concerns, the sky was falling, that we were not going to get this money or that money. And we're ending the year here within the next couple of weeks in the black. When we developed the revenue projections in conjunction, we actually did it based on the state projections, right? So the state economist They obviously have much more intimate knowledge of their flow of tax revenues at the state, and they provide the expected revenue sharing to us. So if you look at the items that are state revenue sharing, communication services tax, state revenue sharing, half-cent sales tax, we are budgeting almost $500,000 less this year than we did with last year's adopted budget. So that safety cushion, that conservative revenue forecasting, we've already taken that into account. So we believe that and in all honesty, we would never put before you a proposed budget that was pie in the sky, was super, ambitious without any kind of basis. The numbers that you have before you are what both the state of Florida and our finance team believes are going to be accurate revenue streams from the state. And they're already understated by $500,000 from what last year's adopted budget were. So I don't believe that we are, the calls for massive cuts throughout this current fiscal year, they didn't play out. And, we are definitely not going to put our town in a compromising position financially. And we're not planning to do that moving forward into next fiscal year. We believe the revenue forecasts that we have in the proposed budget are accurate. They're obviously, like I think Councilmember Dieguez mentioned a little while ago, right? We don't have a crystal ball, right? So we don't know what these are forecasts. But they're educated forecasts. They're based on legitimate basis. And we believe that the numbers that we have in the budget are going to play out revenue-wise as well as expense-wise. They're going to be in the ballpark. They're never down to the penny because, there's no way we can know a year in advance in a multi-million-dollar budget. So, but we do believe that what we have before you is an accurate reflection of what we expect the next year to be like. So I don't want the sky is falling mentality to be too worrisome for all of you. I believe that you should take the budget at face value, and I believe that the revenue streams that are projected in this budget will play out, as well as the expense side, which obviously the expense side is the one that we have most control over. But I don't believe that we need to slice and dice this budget because of fear that the revenue sharing from the state is going to be dramatically off. It's going to be probably, some dollars one way or the other, but because it always is, right? It's never down to the penny. But we believe that the projections in this budget, especially those revenue sharing numbers from the state, should play out, and they are accurate. So I want to just allay the fears of our taxpayers, of you as the policymakers here, that we believe that the numbers that you're seeing are legitimate, conservative numbers, and we don't expect there to be some catastrophe in the sky fall in on us and mid-year, and then we're going to be caught between a rock and a hard place. We believe that these numbers are accurate and will be able to survive the year and play out the year exactly how you see it here in your forecast. So I just want to make that point.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Guys, I believe we're on the motion. Has anybody else not been able to speak on this motion? I think everybody has. If everybody's okay, we're just gonna take the roll. Madam Clerk, yes. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
No.
Councilmember Alvarez.
No.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
No.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The motion does not pass.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any other council members? Anybody want to make any other motions? I know we have the chair of, I believe, Yes, Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And not so much to make a motion, so much as just to make an announcement. So at last week's meeting, we were talking about, or rather not last week's meeting, but the week prior, or no, it was Tuesday. I'm sorry, all the days are blending together now. But at the last meeting at which we discussed the box for the artifacts that Councilman Collazo brought back from the University of Florida, we were talking about getting it privately sponsored. So I don't know if he's logged on. I know he had messaged me that he was going to try to log on, but Mr. JC Fernandez has stepped up to kick in a $1,500 sponsorship for that line item to buy that case. And I think he deserves special recognition. And I think he is exactly an example of a Miami Laker who loves her town, who wants to commemorate the history of our town, as he did when he was leading the effort for the historic bus tour as chair of NIC. I think he's stepping up to the plate and really delivering for us and helping to pay for this project so that it doesn't have to come out of our general budget. So I want to thank him for his contribution. And I don't know if he's online, but just JC, if you are listening, thank you very much, man. And you're a true class act.
JC, thank you.
Mayor, and I don't know if this is appropriate, but I guess it's speaking to item 15B, and absolutely in line with what Councilman Dieguez said. I reached out and we were able to find the additional sponsorships for that cabinet, and the other remaining 1,500 will be covered by Christian Infante from SFM. Christian takes a lot of pride in his work and a lot of the pride in the communities he serves. He understood the value of preserving these artifacts, and he has also stepped up with private donations in the amount of $1,500. So the total cost of the cabinet will be covered between JC and Christian Infante from SFM.
Awesome, great job. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Councilman Collazo. Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. That's awesome, 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 awesome. Great news. If there's no further amendments to the budget, if there is, just unmute yourself. But if there isn't, I'll wait a couple seconds more. If you all have any amendments. Seeing none, going once, going twice. Seeing no other amendments to the budget, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the budget as amended.
Ordinance 11B, main motion as amended, I believe. Motion by Councilmember Dieguez, seconded by Councilmember Collazo. Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes. Ordinance in second reading, item 11B passed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Great job, Council. We've officially passed the budget, right? The hardest part of our job, pretty much the main part of our job. So great job in another year passing a balanced budget for our community.
If I may take a point of personal privilege, just as always, we should always thank our staff for all their hard work. And I also would like to thank all of them, Melissa Kay, the town manager in particular, who probably deal with the brunt of us during this time of the season. So thank you all, but thank you three in particular for all your help.
Great job to our staff. Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Spot on. Council, if it is okay with you guys, I am going to take some items out of order, just because I know we have Chair Blanco and Chair Robinson who have been patiently waiting on this call. We could take an official motion, or if everybody's okay, I'll just take them out of order, which is item 15A and item, no, actually, yes, the two committee reports, sorry, the 8, both 8A and 8A and 8B. Yep. So if the council's okay with that, I'm just going to take those up right now.
I'm fine.
Got it. I'm going to take up item 8A, Chairman Blanco. I see he's on, but I don't know if he's.
I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you for being patient.
No, my pleasure. And thank you guys for that. All the work that you put into getting that budget approved and the healthy dialogue and some changes that were made. All wonderful to see that you guys working together and trying to put the politics aside and getting the job done. So great job to all of you. I wanted to come before you to ask approval for two things. One is the first item is because we did the mayoral debate and it came out very well and we had some success with it and received good feedback from it. We thought it'd be good if we did a debate for the municipal positions that are available, that are being going to vote for the 2 seats that we have available in the council. And in addition to that, we'll do a second debate, like back to back on the same day, and do it for the House of Representatives seats that are available for 103 and 110. Tentatively, you have that scheduled for October 13th from 9:30 a.m. to 11:30. Tentatively, we have Ambrosio Hernandez, who did a great job before for us in the mayoral debate, to do it. Also, tentatively would be Ana G. Mendez University to host the event, and we would be doing it live as we did the mayoral debate. If for any reason Ana G. Mendez isn't available, we would be requesting to do it in town hall, because at town hall we have the ability to limit the to 10 people in town hall into the chambers and be able to do the streaming. So that's the idea. In addition, and then I guess we can handle this in two separate approvals, I guess. So if you have any questions for me or any comments.
Let's take one at a time. I'll make a motion to approve.
I will second it with some comments.
Yeah.
So I just want to say this. I'll just break the ice on this. This is an item I fully trust the committee on. What they did with the mayoral debate really impressed me. Blew my socks off. I mean, when staff had told Eddie Blanco and the entire committee, hey, you can't do it in town hall. I mean, it's impossible to do it at town hall. Not only with Ana G. Mendez, but working with somebody who provided 10,000, talk about sponsorships, $10,000 worth of equipment, people, everything, because that's how much it would have cost. They got a quote and it could cost, and they found a group that did it for free. And they did a great job with Ambrosio, Eddie, I mean, it was really amazing. So I'm in full support of this, primarily because of their previous success. So I just want to put on the record, I'm 100% in favor, primarily because of what they did, the amazing job they did with the debate for the county mayor. It was just amazing. Councilman Dieguez, I know he had some comments, and we'll go to Councilman Collazo all the way around.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as you said, I think the EDC really outdid themselves with the county mayoral debate that we hosted here in the town. And in the past, I know that they've also, helped organize some of these functions. What I did want to bring up, though, is that I'd like for you as a committee to consider partnering up with the Miami Lakes Bar Association, because they've already started doing some legwork on setting up a debate. To my knowledge, they've already reached out to Ambrosio Hernandez to moderate. I think the last I heard was that they're shooting for an October 11th date. So all that to say that they've already started some of the planning process. So it might be more convenient for you two to partner up and join forces, especially, since I'm assuming that you're both going to otherwise use the same moderator, and, how do you keep it fresh, right? So, and I think either way, I think this is a great partnership opportunity for both organizations, the Economic Development Committee together with the Miami Lakes Bar Association. So please reach out to Melissa Altone. I don't know if you have her information or not, but if you do not, I'll be happy to provide it to you. But please reach out to her and see if you guys can work together on this. Thank you.
Thank you. I do have her contact information, and I could do that for sure.
Mayor, Councilman Dieguez, the Miami Lakes Bar Association, I've been in contact with Ambrosio, and I believe the date that they've set is tentatively for Tuesday the 6th. Because he had a scheduling conflict
Yes.
the following week.
Okay, so then you
That's
probably
what
have
Ambrosio-
some more up-to-date information than me. I've been trying to take a step back.
No,
Yeah, so, so anywho, yeah.
I know Councilman Collazo had some comments, and I'll go all the way around. And this is on the first motion. There's going to be two motions that they're bringing up.
No, my only comment is there any money being requested for the debate from the committee?
No. We're gonna do this. We believe we can do it at no cost. Last
No
time, as the mayor said, we had some in-kind services provided to be able to do that. So if we did it, I don't know. I guess if we did it at town hall, there might be. We'd have to see with them, what the cost would cost, like in terms of the staff, or I'm not sure. But we're not. No. If we did it out of the town hall, there wouldn't be any cost to the town at all.
No, you clarified the point. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you, and I'll be supporting the item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo. Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to the attorney, can I opine on this? Can I vote on this?
It's for debate, and you're one of the four. I would, from what I understand. Yeah, and it's a close call because it's something that benefits just you. I don't have, normally I'd have a legal opinion or something like that.
No worries. No
Go to
worries.
the Commission on Ethics, but it's a close call.
I will refrain. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
Sure.
So we are Councilman Rodriguez.
Nothing further to add, Mayor. I'll be supporting the item.
Councilman Alvarez.
Nothing further to add, Mayor. I'll be supporting the item as well.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez. Nothing. Thank you. Madam Clerk, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Let the record reflect that Councilwoman Ruano recused herself. So just at the advice of our town attorney. We're moving on to the next item, Chair Blanco.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for your guys' support on that. I hope that we'll do as well as we did with the first one, and I'm excited about that. The next one is an item that we believe that will help to create economic growth in our town. The idea is to do a scavenger hunt in our town. This came to us through Andrea Riccici as an idea. The idea was we kind of threw around some different ideas, and then she kind of ran with it a little bit and found an app. Essentially, the idea is we'll do a scavenger hunt. We'll run it from November 12th through the 28th, which is going to be Small Business Saturday. So that'll end on Small Business Saturday. This will allow for opportunity to promote small businesses for the kickoff and also the holiday season. And the way we'll do it, it will play in like team modes. It could be as little as a team could be as little from one person all the way up to 6 people. And we're limiting it to at least one person has to be on the team, has to be 18 or over. The participants, it'll be free to participate, but they'll have to subscribe through Eventbrite and like receive an access code. So that way we're actually capturing who is participating on the team. So they have to like register with information. The next thing will be, we'll reach out to local businesses and do like kind of survey. The idea is, for example, just a quick, like how this will work is we'll have like 100 different like missions that you can go on. You go onto the app, you register, you're one of the participants. And it might say like, for example, go to the different ice cream shops in the town and find out what their best tasting, best selling ice cream might be. And then these participants, whoever decides to participate, will have to go to those different ice cream shops and find that out, the mystery question. While they're there, of course, hopefully they'll be buying ice cream. And then they log that they got it. There's a little process with the app. There's social media component to this and sharing, and they're on their way. So that's the idea. And then so it's there's like a live leaderboard that captures all this activity, and there's like you can see who's winning and who's not. There's a little bit of a competition thing going. And at the end, we'll announce like 3 different prizes, and then there'll be prizes for those events. And those prizes, all that, and it will have like we're going to encourage and have communication with all the different business owners, and tell them ideas about promotional stuff that they can do to get people to come to their venues and participate with giveaways. And the first 5 people that come here will get this, and the first 10 people that go over here will get that kind of activity. We believe that this will get people to visit businesses in a social distancing manner, because it's not going to be mobs of people going to any one place at one time. It'll have that component of not everybody, there's different challenges, so not everybody's going to pick the same challenge at the same time. So and that's it. The cost of doing this event would be $1,000 for setting up the app and all the users and all that good stuff. And that's where we believe we can get that money from the pop-up events budget that's been already allocated, and use those funds for that. And then there'll be a lot of sponsorship opportunities, and we plan on making this a win for everybody. So that's the idea.
Mayor, I'll motion.
I'll second that.
There's a motion, second, and we'll go around for discussion. Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. Chairman Blanco, I love that idea. I think it's really, really interesting. Great engagement for the town and the small businesses in the town. And I think it's going to be something that adults and kids are all going to love. So I know you guys are going to hit it out of the park as you usually do. So I'll be supporting the item.
Thank you.
Councilman Collazo.
My question just has to do more with where is the money coming from. I know he mentioned, Chairman, you mentioned that it's going to be coming from the pop-up events budget. I'm assuming it's from the 2021 cycle, since this is going to, you said small business Saturday, so it's going to be in 12/28. So I'm assuming it's the next upcoming budget. Is that accurate, or is it this?
I believe it is this year. If we get your approval, that's why we kind of rushed it and put it on this budget now. It would be this year's. I'm pretty sure that would be a question for the liaison, but I've doubled the way I understand it with most certainty is that it's coming from the 2020 budget. And that's why we're doing this now, so that we can get it approved and order spend that $1,000 to get that app and the ability to do it. And then we can still do it. The event can be later. Does that make sense?
So just to be clear, what you're asking is for within your line item or within your budget this year to carry over the funds for next year, so you can accomplish this event next year.
I don't know. I think if Claricel is around, that would be ideal if she can help, because I know that's really kind of under her budget, I think, through communications.
Trying to wave us down, by the way.
Okay.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Councilman, this particular expense would come out of a line item that is dedicated under my department. It's dedicated for pop-up events to promote economic development, which this particular project would benefit from. I also wanted to add that the benefit of doing this project now is that with the $1,000 fee to Goose Chase, which is the name of the organization that has this app, other committees can also use the app. So if Youth Activities wants to promote their own scavenger hunt, it'll fall under the umbrella of the town. So it's not just for this one-time use. We'll have the opportunity to use it multiple times throughout the year, which will be a benefit to all the committees.
I have no issue supporting the item just on the value add that you just added. So thank you, Claricel, for that clarification. And thank you for the clarification that it's coming out of something that we've already budgeted funds for. And that I think is very in line with the kind of the work that we're trying to do, is really account and be accountable for every penny. So I'm sorry if I'm going into too much detail, but that's the type of clarity I think we need when we're entertaining these types of transitions or transfers. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Councilwoman Ruano. Councilwoman Ruano. We're on to Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And when I first read the item, I was a little unsure for two reasons. One is I wasn't sure the funding source, and the second, which as of right now still remains, is that I'm not entirely sure though if this necessarily really helps our businesses as much as we'd like, at least as I would like to. You know, my concern on the first one has been satisfied in that it's coming from an existing line item. So it's not an additional $1,000. My concern is to the second one is that I love scavenger hunts. I think they're fun, especially when they're related to the town. Councilman Collazo and I, before we
I was going to say, we make a good team, man. I think we won one.
Exactly. We won first place in the last one, the historic scavenger hunt that we did with Gladys, of course.
Councilman, I was gonna say that to let the EDC know that we have a history. There's a young lady that developed this previous historical scavenger hunt, and maybe the EDC can use some of that information.
Yeah, of course, and also they had coordinated it through Commissioner Bobo's office as well, you know, to make the funding for that happen. But yeah, I love the idea, the concept. I guess the part that I still am not 100% sure of, but and that's to be clear, I'm still going to be supporting the item, is that it doesn't have, for example, like a requirement that they even purchase a small thing from a store or something like that. Again, I think the goal here is obviously not just to drive interest to these businesses, many of which are already familiar to our residents in particular, but so much as to get them to actually purchase something, from those businesses. So that's a bit more of what I'm looking for. But I'm going to vote to advance it in large part because I think that the fact that it comes from an existing funding source already allocated satisfies my concern that this isn't just $1,000 extra that we're asking for this, if that makes sense. And if you get the sponsorships, even better. Then that's money that goes right back potentially into these social networking events that EDC used to do pre-COVID, and perhaps maybe later in the fiscal year we'll get a chance to do again. So with that, I'll be supporting the item. But just wanted to as you guys continue to develop this concept and maybe even reuse it, I'd like to see more of a mandatory buy component, if you will, to basically try and get the participants to actually spend the money.
That's not completely off the table. There's still there's a subcommittee for it, and they're going to be meetings. So there might be opportunities where people offer buy one get one, or that kind of promotional stuff. So that's the idea, to get people in the places and see what offers there are, and get people excited about learning about new businesses and meeting the business owners and that kind of thing.
Sounds great to me. Thank you very much for adding that. And again, I'll be supporting the item.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Councilman Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. Very innovative, forward thinking, way to think outside the box with your creativity. I will be supporting the item.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Alvarez. Vice Mayor.
I'm in support of it, and like I said, with Claricel, there's some historical information that you can use towards the scavenger hunt. I think it's a great idea. It's a great idea to get people out. You're not going to do large groups at the same time, so it's perfect for hosting something in the town. I'm 100% behind.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Great job to EDC. Way to think outside the box. The pandemic has forced us to look at things a little different, and this is one of the ways to continue doing good by our residents and doing the right thing by those folks that continue to invest here. So thank you, Chairman, to you and your committee. Madam Clerk, with all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. A point of order, Mayor. I don't know if Councilwoman Morano is back or not, and if you want to, I don't know if she wanted an opportunity to opine. If not,
I am. Thank you so much. I had to step away for a moment, but I was right by the computer and I was hearing the discussion. I think it's a lovely idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Collazo. We are on to the next item. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, I just want one little last thing. I just want to say that Andrea Ricci's idea. I want to make sure that's clear. It's a great idea, and she's chairing the subcommittee that's going to make sure that it all gets rolled out well. And so I just want to make sure that that's clear. She did a great job with this.
Mayor.
So you just clarified that the grants are sponsoring it?
No. Come on, man.
Mayor, a point of order.
Yes.
I think we voted on the town debate, but I'm not sure if we voted on the representatives debate that's going to happen right after that. I think we had separated them.
We didn't say, we voted everything together.
Together? Okay. All right.
Well, it all passed, right, Chair Blanco? It was all.
That was my understanding. I kind of, we put them together as one event. It is one event. It's back to back.
Just making sure. Thanks.
Great job, Chair Blanco. Have a good night.
Good night.
Mayor,
Chair Robinson.
Did we just clarify, did you all vote on the scavenger hunt? Did you
Yes.
Agreed? Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Thank you.
Chair Robinson.
Hear me?
Hey, Neil.
Hello.
Yes,
Good evening.
sir.
How are you?
Good.
Mr. Mayor, council members, thank you for the opportunity to address you again this evening. At your last council meeting, the Cultural Affairs Committee came before you and requested dollars to be used to acquire a artifact case. I want to take this opportunity to thank Councilman Palazzo and JC and the other person who put up the $1,500, because you indicated that we felt that that cabinet being procured should be paid for by private dollars, not public dollars. And so again, we thank you all so much for making that happen. And as soon as it is constructed, it will be placed in town hall for everyone to see with all of the different artifacts in it. So again, thank you very much for that, Councilman and Mayor and all the others who were very instrumental in making this happen. Tonight, I have 3 items I'd like to get approval for. At their last meeting, I also brought up to you, thanks to Mayor Sid, the introduction to the Hialeah Women's Club, who has a grant that they want to make available to the town of Miami Lakes. The Cultural Affairs met yesterday at 5:30, and a motion was made by the CAC members to work collaboratively with the Hialeah Women's Club to develop a digital flyer to advertise an art competition for youth in the town of Miami Lakes. Awards to be given to all students in public and private charter schools, as well as private schools K through 12 in Miami Lakes. And it would be funded by that grant. We just need your authorization to accept the funding from the Hialeah Women's Club to do that.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
I do want to thank that Miami Lakes resident Diane Haruegi. That she reached out to us and really thought about the town. You know, when she was that opportunity was brought to her, she immediately thought about the town. We set up the meeting. Neil, was there a total? What was the total amount? Because I could have sworn there was an amount, and it was pretty impressive.
Their grant is about $40,000, but not just for this event, but that's what their total grant that they had received.
Yeah, so it's a pretty nice chunk of change, and I really wanted to thank Diane for really just reaching out and saying, hey, I want to be, help out the town and be part of giving back to this community. So, and Neil did a great job immediately just getting on the phone and doing that. I'll go around. Councilman Rodriguez, any discussion on this?
No discussion, Mayor. I'll be supporting.
Councilman Collazo?
I'll be in support.
Councilman Ruano?
I'm in full support, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Diegues,
I'll be supporting.
Councilman Alvarez,
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be supporting the item for the comments.
Vice Mayor.
No comments. I'm in support.
Madam Clerk, you already had the motion in a second, correct? You wanna
I
make
do.
sure? Okay.
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Neil, your next item?
Thank you so very much. The next item was a motion was made by the Cultural Affairs Committee on yesterday at 5:30 to work with the Hialeah Women's Club for Miami Lakes to identify a historical site. And once we identify that historical site, the Women's Club of Hialeah would purchase a historical marker to be placed in the town of Miami Lakes, wherever the site has been designated. So we need your authorization to move forward with that.
I'll move it.
Second. Councilman Rodriguez,
No, Mayor. No comment.
Councilman Collazo,
No comment. My only, and I know that many times we trust the will of the committee to always have the best interest of the community, but would love to make this event as interactive with the community as possible as well. So when they deliberate on that, I'd like to be part of the discussion, Neil. So if you can let me know when it's going to be agended, or do you guys already have a plan on how you're going to select the historical site?
No, we do not, sir. We want to work with you because you've been so instrumental in establishing the been so instrumental in establishing this artifact, and you worked with Priscilla in bringing that to fruition, and that was a great thing. And we got all of those artifacts that you brought down from University of Florida, and certainly in identifying a historical site, we certainly wanted you to help us and take the lead and make sure that it was appropriate, because they would only purchase one historical marker for us.
Yeah, I'd love to work with the committee on that. However you're going to engage on that, just love to be part of the process. So I appreciate it, Neil, and thank you for the very kind words. But it was a team effort, and Priscilla is really the town resident that deserves a lot of the credit. So thank you, Neil.
Thank you, sir.
Councilwoman Verano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chair Robinson. I think it's a great idea. I'd also love to work with you on this. I was going to ask if the council would be participating. So if you'd allow us, I'd love to participate.
It would be our pleasure. We certainly had no desire to try to do this independently of our elected officials. We wanted to consult with you and longtime residents here what they would deem to be the most appropriate site for a historical marker. So certainly anyone who's interested, and certainly we welcome our elected officials to be involved.
Thank you, Chairman Robinson. I'd love to learn a little more about the town myself, so it'll be a lot of fun.
Great. Yes, yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman Verano. Councilman Diegues.
Nothing further to add. I'll be supporting the item.
Thank you, Councilman Diegues. Councilman Alvarez.
Nothing further to add, Mayor. I'll be supporting the item as well.
Thank you, Councilman Alvarez. Vice Mayor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Chair Robinson, the floor is still yours.
Last item. As we celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, which starts September 15th and runs through October 15th, we, the Cultural Arts Center, want to establish some event recognizing the limitations of social distancing, which we will adhere to. And during these difficult times we are living in, the Cultural Art Committee has been unable to hold their annual festival of cultural activities for Hispanic Celebration Month. Consequently, we believe that there are so many families who are struggling and having difficulty. A lot of families whose jobs have been put on hold because of the coronavirus, and families are hurting. While they may not be saying it publicly, we can see, I think it's once a month, that the Methodist Church gives food out to so many families who come through needing that kind of support. So the Cultural Art Committee, Cultural Art Committee, Cultural Affairs Committee would like to host what we will call a family meal for 300 families here in the town of Miami Lakes. And this event would be held very quickly on Saturday, Sunday, I believe, it's 20 to 6 at the NQC restaurant. We consider that there will be about 200 families, and dinners will be about $15 per dinner, and which totals somewhere in the neighborhood about $4,500. We'd like to have entertainment, so we'll have good Latin music being played either through entertainment, such as a DJ or an entertainer. We're waiting to see which one will work best. And we will also have stickers that we will put on each of the boxes of food that will be given to families as they drive through. And we will also we've allocated money for police officers to make sure that the cars can pass through and enter on Miami Lake Way and not be impeded by traffic. And so tonight we are proposing to use $5,655 to have this event on this coming Sunday. And we're calling it Hispanic Month Celebration and family meals for families to come through. The way that it will be structured is that it will be put on Eventbrite tomorrow if you all agree to it, and people will have to make reservations to drive through and listen to Latin music as we dispense while the cars drive through and present them with box lunches. And so we think that this will help a lot of families who live here in the town of Miami Lake, and it's restricted to them, residents in the town of Miami Lakes. We think it will be a great afternoon and people will enjoy themselves as well as receive some nutritional food that will serve the entire family. That is our request for a motion to approve that. If I need to run through it again, the meals will be $15 per meal. Can you hear me?
Yes, Chair Robinson.
Okay. All right, I'm sorry. And it'll be a box, and it will be prepared by NQC. The total amount for the food would be $4,500. Entertainment will be $500. And as I said, we will have stickers put on each box indicating that it was sponsored by the town of Miami Lakes and its Cultural Affairs Committee. We will also pay for 2 police officers at an amount of about $450. The grand total comes to $5,655. And this will be done this Saturday, not Sunday, I beg your pardon, it's Saturday at around noon, close to 3, because we understand that Our Lady of the Lakes is having their fundraising event with Chipola that evening. So we don't want to conflict with what they're trying to do. So that is our request. We hope that you will consider it and vote affirmative to allow us to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Robinson. I'll move it.
I'll second.
Councilman Collazo.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Again, my questions, I'm assuming that this is coming from funds that are already within the committee budget for this fiscal year, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My other concern is we have, you said this event will be on Saturday, literally puts us 4 days out to plan for an event. So my concern is, do we have enough time? Does staff have enough time, not only just to prepare the event, but to adequately promote it and make sure that it's an event to the caliber that we want? What I don't want to do is invest $4,500 in food and maybe only have 100 people come by and then we lose a significant amount. So I want to make sure that it's something staff can pull off. So I through the manager.
Claricel?
Good evening, Council, once again. At the Cultural Affairs Committee, I expressed these same concerns. It puts us at 3 days to promote the event and then give plenty of time to NQC to purchase and prepare the food for the weekend event. So can we try our very hardest and our very best to get the word out? Yes, but is it putting us in a very difficult position to fulfill our duties and to make sure that this event is as high quality of an event as we usually put out? And I'm hesitant to say yes on that.
Thank you. To that point, if we approve the transfer or approve the event, you said the Hispanic Heritage Month runs into October 15th. Could this be one of these events where we approve and the actual execution is further down the road? At least buying us a couple more weeks to put it together.
The real issue, sir, is that these are dollars that have been allocated to us for this fiscal year. As you know, as of September 30th, those dollars go away and will go back to the general fund. And so we are confident that HQC will be able to provide the food. We've already been in touch with them. They can do that. We are confident that the moment it goes on Eventbrite and families understand that this is free food for the family, that we will have more than the 300. And we will work with the owner of HQC to give us a window of at least 24 hours of the number of meals that need to be prepared before the event. So if we say that we need, let's say 300, and we say we need 200 in advance, and we are sure that we'll have 200 families to come out and get this free food. And if we don't have 300, then the remaining 100, he will not be charging us for it because he will not have prepared for it. So, and the dollars will then roll back to the general fund. So that's what we are proposing to do. All of the members of the committee have agreed to get out there and work that day to make sure it goes well and that it is a fun event, and yet that it will help some of the families who are in need.
I'm not questioning I'm not questioning that part of it, Neil. My concern is just trying to give you more time, right? So if there was a way for these funds to be appropriated now and the event executed after the fact, I don't know. I guess the question is just better to the manager. Mr. Manager, if we were to move these monies around now, could the event be pulled off with the monies from the current fiscal year in a future at a future date?
Melissa K., if the payment is made to NQC now before the 30th of September, can that be, even if the actual event is after October 1, can that be a fiscal 1920 event?
If the event was in fiscal year 21, it would need to be paid out of fiscal year 21 funds.
Okay.
Mr. Manager, if I may, the council just approved fiscal year 2021 budget, which allows a line item for Hispanic heritage for the cultural affairs. Now, off the top of my head, I don't know what that number is. Maybe Melissa can chime in and tell us what was approved.
So the adopted budget was 3,000. We received $235 in sponsorship. So you have a total of $3,235 for Hispanic Heritage.
No, I'm asking for fiscal year 2021.
Yes. It's 3,000.
Yes.
I understand. So it wouldn't even cover the event wouldn't be covered under the 2021 funds. My last question, in order to make sure that we are how do we make sure that only Miami Lakes residents can participate in this event? And I understand it's going to be a ticketed event through Eventbrite. If you're a non-Miami Lakes resident, I guess the participation charge will be $15.
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions.
We have Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chair Robinson. I had some of the similar questions that Councilmember Collazo just addressed. And I also wanted to know, you said that it was $15 for a family meal?
Yes, $15 per meal, yes.
For a family meal. Do you know what will be in that family meal?
Roast, papaya, salad, bread, and a dessert. And it will be in a box.
It'll be in a box, and it'll feed how many individuals do we know?
Well, we think 2 individuals could eat it and would be sufficient.
Okay. I mean, I know that if we rush through it, we can probably put something together. I'm not sure that we'll get 300 participants, but one of my concerns was that if we were going to pay for the meals that we were going to use, or if we were going to pay for all of the meals, and I guess you already addressed that we would only be paying for the meals that were reserved. I know that we did Special Needs Advisory Board did an event with Painting with a Twist, where it was there was an Eventbrite and there was ticketed items to be picked up, and there was an issue with the dates, and I think that a lot of the items never actually got picked up. So I just didn't want that to happen with the meals. Maybe this will be different, right? Because it's a short-term thing, but we'll see. I think it's a lovely idea. It's something fun for the community, and as long as we're not going to be paying for meals that aren't going to be picked up, I think it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ruano. Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And let me preface my remarks by saying that, as I mentioned before, I think the Cultural Affairs Committee does great work. A lot of the events that they put on in particular tend to be part of what I talked about earlier, as far as the events that make up the heart and soul of the community. And they all tie toward establishing a cultural identity for the town and creating opportunities for neighbors to come together and get to know one another and to enjoy our parks and our other facilities, while also recognizing important national holidays and national recognitions. But I unfortunately cannot support this item, and I'm going to be very clear about my reasons why and my thought process. Let me also, once again, I prefaced what I said about the great work that the committee's done, and let me also add to that by saying that I've been very clear that I support putting on events that are open to the general public, whether or not they're from Miami Lakes. I supported the Somos testing. Well, before we knew it was Somos, I supported having a testing site here in the town. I supported the Neighborhood Improvement Committee item to remove Miami Lakes only signage. When others in the past have said that X, Y, and Z should be for Miami Lakers only, I've actually been defending the idea of having a more open and inclusive event, or whatever the issue was at that time. With that said, even though this item is being built in 2 ways, as a way of dealing with food insecurity in the town, but also dealing with or providing a service to the community in dressing as a Hispanic Heritage Month event, I personally disagree. And I'll get into it why. The first thing is that we have Feeding South Florida that does the free food distribution on a regular basis here in the town. We have various private organizations or other private organizations that have contributed food to everyone from first responders, you name it. And then the other aspect is we have the Elderly Affairs Committee that is providing food assistance to our seniors, which are a vulnerable population. I think we all can agree, being on fixed incomes that they are, would be perfect for a program like this. But my question to you, Chair Robinson, is if I were to go on the day of this event on Saturday and pick up a meal for 4, is there anything that stops me from doing that?
You will have to register and reserve a ticket, and we will make sure that only each card that comes through, that per household, they will only receive 2 meals. So there's two tickets for that. And again, this is an opportunity for families. There's some families, Councilman, I believe, who are working and who were working and who are not working at this point. And families are having a very difficult time, young families. I know I live in my community. Years ago, it was a empty nester. Now we have lots of families with children. And I know at least 5 or 6 of my own neighbors who are really having a difficult time just trying to take care of their families, their children, because they're not working. And so we just thought it was an idea that we could use to try to assist those families. I agree with you 100% that the elderly service program that is in existence, that has helped all the senior citizens, is a wonderful thing. But we don't want to forget these families who have little children, kids who are in middle school, whose families, some of the teachers have not been working. Some of the individuals who work in hospitals have not been able to work. Some people who work in restaurants have not been able to work. And so consequently, we just thought it might be a great idea if we could help in some way. Please know that we don't plan to indiscriminately waste the dollars that have been allocated to us. We're simply trying to make sure that it is used wisely to ensure that people are being able to care for their families. And that's the genesis of what we're trying to do. But I understand your position very clearly. So I hope you will support us in this effort.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. But again, for example, even at Feeding South Florida, all of us, I think, have volunteered this. So we've all seen it. We see an S-Class picking up free food. We see, other vehicles of people. And again, not to judge, because for all we know, like, their business went from $1 million business to a $0 business, God knows. But, I've seen enough of that to raise some concerns for me that just like with Feeding South Florida, that I do think sometimes gets abused by unscrupulous members of the community, not necessarily Miami Lakers, I want to be clear about that, but that it does get taken advantage of. I feel that the same thing could happen here, because there are plenty of people, again, like I don't need, fortunately do not need to go pick up this food assistance. But yet I would be somebody that would be eligible simply by virtue of being a Miami Laker, right? And I think that to me, it's just another thing, or rather another food assistance program that's being made available, which is not necessarily bad in itself, but not only do I think that the way it is currently structured doesn't give enough time for it to be effective, I also don't think it's necessarily going to get to the people that need it the most. So I have that concern. The other, and probably the most important concern for me, is that this, to me, does not advance the mission of the Cultural Affairs Committee, which, when you read the first whereas clause of the resolution that founded it, talks about how the town's purpose for establishing the committee was to establish a cultural identity and activities that will further the development of a climate of art, music, theater, recreational classes, etc. Now, I understand it has etc., but I'm pretty sure they did not envision this sort of use for the committee funds. I understand, again, the nature of COVID and the environmental or economic picture that has, come in its wake. But I just don't see how this really moves the needle much in this respect. I don't feel that it advances or is even part of the purview of the committee's, ability to set up this kind of a program. And then thirdly, My other concern is with this is the third project now that has come from the committee that I just feel almost as if it's coming, just like, hey, we got to spend the money, right? And I understand that it's money that's unallocated, and because of through no fault of your committee's own, but because of COVID, it has just not been used. But I don't think that we need to necessarily find a use for it. Again, we were able to solve the issue of the artifact case. The council agreed that the Cultural Affairs Committee, or rather Cultural Affairs Center, is not something that we need to consider at this time. And as I pointed out to you, I think there are, you should partner up with youth activities to see if there's a way for you two to figure out something out, because again, they want a band shelter as well. And then the other aspect of it is just, I just think this $5,600 that we can allow to roll over into the next year, and just deal with it at that time. Again, I understand it's well-intentioned, but I don't think it advances the purpose. I think it is a program that can be abused and doesn't advance the needle as far as I would like on this topic. And again, comes on the heel again of a spending request at the last minute, which, as we've all said, for transparency purposes, we would rather avoid, because it doesn't give the public enough time to really chew this up and give their feedback to us. So with that, I'm gonna get off my soapbox. And again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all my colleagues for indulging me in my remarks.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Councilman Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. Neil, I do appreciate everything that you do for the Cultural Affairs Committee. But I'm with Josh on this one. I think this looks more like, let's get something rushed. Let's allocate the dollars towards something. I respect the direction and the feedback that Clarasol provided. I personally think that for initiatives like this that are community-wide, you need to give yourself enough time to market the events and promote the events. So unfortunately, at this time, I will not be supporting the item. I just feel it's something that we're rushing and trying to get off the ground and really trying to just, spend the dollars that we haven't spent. I think moving forward, I can support something like this coming from your new budget. If it's maybe not exactly like this, but something that's more thoroughly planned, with a goal in mind, and something that's given enough time for staff to support the committee with the initiative and give it ample time to promote the event and market the event. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Alvarez. I'm going to make a motion to extend to 11:20.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Vice Mayor.
No, my concern is exactly what staff said and Councilman Dieguez said. The time to get get enough families in there. And Neil, I have a question for you. Although I don't think I'm going to be able to support this, I just had some questions that that need answered. Each box you said will feed 2 family members?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just think that it needs to be pushed back into October so we can do it later in the year, and give proper planning time. I have no problem with the music. If you told me that the families were going to actually sit there and enjoy their dinner, listening to the music, maybe that I can go with. But to do a drive-through with some music and pick up a box of food with 3 days notice, I think that the people that are most need aren't going to get the information out, because chances are they're trying to figure out how to make some money or get some food on the table, and they don't have time to look at the internet and get on Eventbrite and all that other stuff. So I think that's really the heartburn that I have about this.
Well, may I address your concern?
Sure.
Okay. That's why we were going to have entertainment at the site as well, so that people could park their car and come over, but they would have to do social distancing. But the majority of the people would simply ride through, hear the music, and stand and and just enjoy the music, and that's what we were trying to do, and that's what's cultural about it. The music, this Hispanic Heritage Month, last year when we do not only last year, but in the previous years that we have done Hispanic Heritage Month, we have had events in Town Hall where we had dancers. Last year we had the Colombian diaspora to come in. And the following year, I think we had the Cuban community in celebration of Hispanic Month. So again, this year, because of everybody's feeling very low because of the coronavirus, because we've all been locked up in our homes and just can't get out and do very much. And again, I submit to you that there are some families in this community who may not say to you or me, but I know at least several who are really hurting, and this would help them at least for lunch on on Saturday with their families. But I agree that we are pushing it. It is time is of the essence, and so next year, when Hispanic Heritage Month rolls around in September, we're going to do a much bigger and more exciting event than this is. But again, I thank you for your comments on it. You and Commissioner, I think it's Diego. Thank you all for your input. And again, that's what we're trying to do. So it's your decision. We thank you so much for even considering us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Robinson. I'm going to be voting in favor. I think it's a good event. I know you'll be working with staff and everybody, and the way that NQC is coordinating with you all. I think if there's not enough demand, then there's not going to be dollars spent. On top of that, your committee has done a great job in bringing in outside dollars, right? So I think that's one of the things that we always encourage. You partnering up with the Women's Club is fantastic. You already see two great events that you guys are doing, fully funded by outside sources, which is something that we always look for and we always need and yearn for. And so I'll be in favor. Any further discussion, council, before we take a vote?
Just a point of clarification that was just made to me with respect to the price. As I understand it, it is $15 per meal, not per family, is what I've been sent. So I just wanted to add that to the record for clarity.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
No.
Councilmember Dieguez.
No.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Neil, you pulled on my heartstrings. Yes.
Thank you.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Chair Robinson, for your hard work.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners and Mayor. I would invite you all to come by if your schedule permits on Saturday around noon to see the number of families that will come through. And we just thank you so very much for supporting this item. And again, when the new fiscal year began, we can assure you that we're going to have some great events to kick the new year off. So again, thank you all so very much for your support. And have a great evening.
Thank you, Chair Robinson. Have a good night. Really appreciate all your help and dedication to our town. We're moving on to new business items. Council, I wanted to put this on the agenda because I especially with this very difficult year, and the last 2 years have definitely been interesting. When you come into a new situation after somebody who's pretty much built the town after 16 years, those types of transitions are never easy. But what happened here was truly remarkable. There was no hiccups. We didn't stall. Everything was done the right way. We inherited from no fault of our own a balloon payment that we had to deal with last year. We did the right thing, got past it. This year got hit with with the worst pandemic in modern history of our world, which is a COVID-19 pandemic. And a lot of our staffers, I mean, I'm sure through HIPAA, they're not going to tell us, but I'm sure there's staffers that have underlying conditions and loved ones with underlying conditions. And when we asked them to work and to come into town hall, and they were there, and one thing that I gauge is customer service. The amount of people that call me on a day, you could ask the manager, and Joseph call me on a daily basis. So I see when they take care of the folks, they go above and beyond building, parks, you know, our arborists, you know, public works, you know, our town attorney making calls to residents when they need to, our town clerk, our town manager. So I just wanted to take a moment to thank them, especially, you know, getting past this budget cycle. The first 2 years as a team, right? As a team, it's been difficult. They've had to deal with things that haven't been their fault, and they've all worked very hard and diligent and very dedicated, and they love our town. So I think it's appropriate, seeing everything they've gone through, and we've all gone through as a family, just to do some motions to show a show of confidence individually, right? I mean, we as a council, we oversee our town manager, we oversee our town attorney, Raul Gastesi, our deputy attorney, Lorenzo Covilla. We oversee our clerk, where we vote on her contract. So those are the three employees, which are all Miami Lakes residents for the first time in town history. All three are Miami Lakes residents. It makes a big difference. I don't know if, I'm sure everybody here can agree, it makes a big difference having those positions. Then doing one for our police department and one really for our staff in general. So I do think it's highly, highly, highly appropriate to do this. I've never done it before in my years on the dais, but I think these are some times, just going back, a transition after 16 years of having the same thing for 16 years and having no issues, inheriting now the worst, getting hit by the worst pandemic ever. So I want to just start off by making a motion to a vote of confidence, for our town manager, Ed Peterman.
I will second that.
Any discussion? Council, just chime in. I am going to go through the list that I wrote because I do think it's appropriate, because those are the staffers that we oversee directly.
I'll start off, Mayor. I want you to know that I'm very impressed with what Mr. Peterman has done throughout the last year. I've been blowing the whistle for a while on the balloon payment and the budget for the last 8 years, and I can say that I'm thoroughly impressed with the way Mr. Peterman not just took over and took control, but he was shortchanged on training, so-called training that Alex Ray was supposed to give him in the time that they were spent together. Although I know Alex was on the phone and Ed could call him for advice, but I think our team came through. I think the manager came through and really tapped into the assets of our current town staff to get not just the best out of them, but the best for him to be able to do his job and to learn the ins and outs of the daily stuff that happened in the town that he should have gotten from the previous manager. But yeah, I'm super impressed, and I have to give kudos to Mr. Peterman.
Vice Mayor, and I'm not going to put any of my colleagues on the spot and go one by one. So you guys are more than welcome to chime in, and we can take a vote, because I'm going to go down the list after this. So anybody who wants to chime in, you can unmute yourself and just jump in.
Mayor, I think you guys, the mayor and the vice mayor, hit it on the head. These have been unprecedented years, and it would be difficult for anyone to have taken control of the town the way that the manager has, and really work with staff to make sure that we don't miss a step. And so I'm really, really proud of the job that everyone has done, everyone on this list. But since we're voting specifically on the manager right now, I just wanted to commend him for the job that he's done.
Thank you. Seeing no one else.
I'm gonna chime in real quick.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Specifically on the manager and I think one of the things that we saw today is kind of an extension of the willingness to work with each one of us. We all have unique perspectives that we bring to the table here, and especially through this budget, probably some of the most difficult challenges that we've seen have been with the budget and getting us and navigating us through very tumultuous times. I think he can read where we're coming from, and then his ability not just to read where we're coming from, but kind of get us to the point that makes us whole. I think is one of the commending attributes that he has. But let's go one further. I've never seen a manager be more accessible to the community, and him and I have been on ride-alongs together, sometimes confronting very difficult issues. And I think that's one of the issues that I at least am very grateful for, and definitely something that I think is something that we all value, right? Accessibility to our residents, not just because we're accessible and we're responsive to them. I don't think I've seen that from an administrator here in the past. So I appreciate that willingness to serve the residents and hear them out. So I want to personally thank the manager for that, but also it's a big reason why I'm voting in affirmative on the vote of confidence.
Jump in, anyone else, if you want to say any words.
What are we voting on? I apologize. I have to step out to the bathroom.
So we're doing the vote of confidence. I'm just going to go down. First, we're doing the manager. So if you guys want to chime in on that, and then, but I know Councilwoman Rano wanted to chime in, then Councilman Alvarez, and I see you too. So.
Well, I'll wait for my colleagues to finish.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to commend the manager on the job that he's done. I think that we probably all understand that at least I'm not on the same page with the manager. We have a lot of different ideas with regards to a lot of the things in the town. And although I respect him as a resident, as an individual, I think that he's a lovely person. At this point, we don't share the same views or the same ideas with regards to some of his management style, with regards to some of the budgeting things that we've done. Not a reflection on him as an individual whatsoever. I think that he's a wonderful asset to the town as a resident. But at least for myself, in a lot of the things that we've worked with, he's always been very courteous and very supportive. But we just don't share the same vision and the same direction. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you, Councilwoman Arano. Councilman Alvarez, I know you had unmuted yourself.
Thank you, Mayor. It's been a pleasure to work with Mr. Peterman this past, going to be 2 years already in November. I know it was one of the hardest decisions that we had to make, being newly elected officials. The three of us that came together. But as I reflect back on that decision that I made at the very beginning of being an elected official, I have no regrets. Although it was tough and we had to get a lot of information on the two candidates, I feel today even stronger than when I felt when I selected Ed as our manager. He's accessible. He understands our perspective. He's open to criticism or constructive criticism. But one of the things that I like about Ed the most that is his will to serve and his will to be helpful. And probably it comes from his career as a firefighter and being a public servant, and how he helped all the different communities that he worked for. And I'm sure I share this with the rest of the council. There's not a moment that you don't reach out to Ed that he won't pick up the phone. And if you have a question, he'll answer it. If you have a situation in the town, he has his leadership cabinet and teams that he works with to get things addressed. So Ed, it's been great to work with you. I'm looking forward to 2 more years. I think this council, along with your leadership and understanding our vision for our town and its residents, this is only the beginning of what we will continue to accomplish in the years to come. So on behalf of myself and on my end, you know, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for your leadership. I want to thank you for your vision. And I want to thank you for daring to step out sometimes and having to receive criticism. But at the end of the day, you stand convicted by what you believe in with your convictions, and you follow through, and, you know, you're not afraid to take the criticism. And that's something that's admirable. You know, you're a person that leads with heart and leads with integrity. And I respect that greatly. And you can't find that in many people nowadays. So thank you for your service. Thank you for what you've done with this community. And thank you for being alongside with me for this ride.
Thank you, Councilman Alvarez. I know Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as I begin, I want to start at this point, which is when we were voting on the next town manager. I put Ed through the ringer. I'm sure he'll remember our meetings at Los Magüeyes, and then later at Casa Habana, the questionnaire that I had him fill out and everything else, you know, that I had everybody else also fill out, you know, but we had very productive discussions at the time. And as the decision time drew near, the reasons why I voted for him remain true. I think that from a historical perspective, he's able to provide that as somebody who was originally one of the founders, if you will, of the town. You know, one of the people certainly that led the incorporation movement. And so I think he understands what the vision of Miami Lakes was intended to be. And I think sometimes it gets lost, and he helps to reorient it to that. And I think that's where his decisions always derive from. And I think that for me says a lot about the person. Now, you know, I don't always agree with him. We've had our open-aired, not grievances, but, you know, disagreements. And, you know, and off the record too, we've had our disagreements. But again, as Councilman Alvarez pointed out, he's always been a gentleman about it. We've always had a good laugh about it at the end. We, you know, I think almost every time we usually end with a joke, even when we disagree. And I said it when he reaches 1 year anniversary mark, and the Laker asked me for a quote, is that I love the fact that when I speak to him, I don't feel that there's a hidden agenda. It's what you see is what you get. And, you know, and that is refreshing, right? Because it's not what you typically picture when you think of a bureaucrat, who's usually somebody trying to play the Game of Thrones behind the scenes, right? And undermine the council. And I have not ever had that impression from Ed. He's always made himself available to me over the weekends, even when there's a litter or some other issue that needs to get resolved. He's made himself available, even in North Carolina, you know. And, you know, when it comes to issues too, where maybe he was out of town and we needed to have a meeting or something, he's always moved heaven and earth to make it happen. So I myself, you know, am proud of my decision, you know, to support Ed. I'm proud to give him a vote of confidence tonight. I think he's already known that. And I think people in the public that have spoken to me about my thoughts on his performance know that, you know. And again, that's not to say that we agree on everything, but I don't see myself as having to say I agree with you 100% of the time for me to think that you're doing your job capably and doing well. And, you know, especially the cards that you've been dealt, you know, Ed and the rest of us too, in these last 2 years have not been easy. And I think you've handled it with integrity and grace. And so I'm going to be supporting the vote of confidence.
Well, I'll end before we vote. I'll end with saying this, as I started off on getting elected as a young man. I was 30, no, I was 28. I actually became vice mayor at 29. And I'll tell you, now I'm 37. My perspective has changed. So like one thing, how I live by life now, and what I teach my kids is that surround yourself, like life. And what life is your skill set sets the floor, right? Your skill set sets the floor. Bill Belichick says it all the time, but your character sets the ceiling. And that's something that I've worked really hard in the last 4 years that I've been mayor, to surround myself and to ensure that people that are involved in this community are people with with a high ceiling, that their character is impeccable. And to me, Ed Peterman is a manager that his character, his ceiling is really, really high because his character's there. And that's something I've worked really hard. And throughout the years, right, you mature and you start realizing that. And that's something that I teach my kids now. that surround yourself with folks that their ceiling is high. The other thing I truly love about our manager is that he doesn't need this job. It's not like most managers throughout Dade County are afraid to make decisions because they're afraid that, 4 people are going to vote him out later on or something like that. But he's a manager, doesn't need it. So he's always going to do what's right. And I can tell you this, and I don't say this about everybody. He's somebody that I trust. And trust to me is very important. A person of high character and somebody that I fully trust in that position. And I can tell you the vast majority of our residents trust Ed Peterman. So with that being said, on the vote of confidence, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes to the double yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes, and I'll have that espresso now, Ed, for that you promised me. Thank you.
Bribery.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
And I see the manager with his hand up.
Yeah, I just want to say that number one is there's absolutely no chance in hell that we would have had the success that we've had over the last year and a half had it not been for the incredible team that I was gifted, to have. So the only way that we were as successful, and I think that we are creating new successes each and every day in conjunction with the elected officials, but the only way that we have these successes is the all-star cast that is in the shadows, behind the scenes. A lot of people don't even know who they are, and they work night and day, weekends, good times and bad times, challenges and easy times, and they work incredibly hard for all the residents of this town. And that's the reason why they make me look good, which is very difficult to do, but they find a way to do it. And I can tell you that Alex Ray, before he left, he and I had a lot of exchanges, and he was incredible in the transition during the short time that we had. And I'm glad that this was as seamless as it was. And I agreed. Several of you brought it out. We have had our disagreements, and we may not agree on everything, and that's okay. But what I could tell you with unequivocally, what I could tell you is that each and every motivation, anything that I do, the motivation is always 100% what I can do to improve this town, what I can do to do the most good for the most people. And we may disagree. And I have had disagreements, big and small, with all 7 of you. Despite what some people may think, I've had those disagreements with all 7 of you. We may not agree on anything. I will, in confidence, always give you my opinion. And then once the policy is dictated by this council, I will work, tirelessly to implement the policies that you provide for me, regardless of whether I think it's the right one or the wrong one, so long as it's all done in, with the best intentions of our town, because it is my town, as the mayor stated. I live here. I've lived here for nearly 29 years, and I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. And I appreciate the 6 of you that voted, for this vote of confidence. I really do appreciate it. And the council member Alvarez stated 2 years. I hope it's a lot longer than just 2 years. So thank you very much for your confidence.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. So I just want to go down the list. I have our town attorneys, Raul Gustesi and Lorenzo Covilla, so I think, but the vice mayor and I were on the dais when we hired Raul Gustesi, and he was also dealt. I don't think we've ever done a vote of confidence for him in all these years, but he was dealt with a very difficult hand back then, and him and I and Nelson and the amount of meetings and stuff we've been in court, and but it was all geared towards protecting the people. Everything was about protecting our residents, and Raul is somebody that I trust wholeheartedly. I get on the phone with him. I ask him questions. Even when I said to him, "Hey, it's time that we take take the service to the next level. We got to have an in-house attorney. He was like, hey, whatever makes this town better, I'm in. Brought in Lorenzo. Now Lorenzo's there. And I think my opinion is, and everybody, I believe the staff, and you ask everybody, having the whole setup with the Raul's firm and everything has worked out really well. Lorenzo's doing a great job in-house. They're both people that I fully trust. Folks of high character that I personally fully trust. And they're both doing a phenomenal job. And I can tell you this, agree, disagree with them. Their goal always, unequivocally, because I've worked with them already for a very long time, is to protect our residents. Every single step of the way to do their job, protect our residents, make sure that our residents' backs are taken care of 24/7. I've seen them take people on. When a lot of folks would have caved, they've taken folks on behalf of our residents. And that's something that I've always appreciated. And that's why I'm going to make a motion to also pass a vote of confidence for our town attorneys, our town attorney, Raul Gastesi, and our deputy attorney, Lorenzo Cobiella.
I'll second it, Mayor, since I was part of that process.
Jump in, whoever wants to jump in, speak, and then
I'll jump in. As you said, we were part of the initial process of changing attorneys. And I remember the process of going through and people telling us, Gastesi's not a municipal attorney. And then he and Heidi led the charge. And then it came to a time where people were saying, well, he's not a municipal attorney. And I kept saying back, well, what qualifies as a municipal attorney? He's been our attorney for 5 years, 3 years, 4 years. I mean, at what point is he qualified? But he's led us through some hard battles that we're still not done. We've been dealing with one battle from day one that he got hired. Again, bringing in Lorenzo, bringing in Heidi in the beginning, and bringing Lorenzo in house now has made it an amazing difference in transition, accessible, and I truly appreciate what you guys have done in helping us, our leadership. Mayor, you said that all three of them, but there's a two-parter to this Gastesi team, which is Lorenzo. He also lives in the town. So, I mean, the goal was to live, play, and work where you live. And I think we've accomplished that with our senior staff, getting our attorneys, our city manager. So I couldn't be more grateful to have them on our team. And I'll have some more words at the last council meeting or at the state of the town. But, I'm truly grateful for everything you guys have done for our town. Raul Gastesi, another founding member, as Councilman Dieguez said, of our town charter, along with Mr. Peterman, and that's one of the things that people were afraid of, that we were going to have a lack of historical perspective in Miami Lakes. And we got two of the people working for us in our town that created what we have today. So it's a privilege to have you guys on board.
Yeah, Mayor, I'll speak up, and I'm one of these, I guess, junior council members. I did not have the opportunity to deliberate and bring on Gastesi, but I can tell you that I have had an intimate working relationship with Lorenzo Cobiella, and he has, at least what I look for in legal advice is, first of all, that it be competent and accessible, and he has always been accessible and has given competent legal advice. As they say with legal advice, there's always multiple opinions, and it may vary. But I think that between him and Lorenzo, they make, between himself and Gastesi, they make a great team and always bounce stuff off each other. And it'd be my pleasure to support the vote of confidence for them both. So I appreciate their contributions to our council. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo. Anyone else before we take a vote?
They're cool.
Great job, Councilman Dieguez. Jump in, whoever else.
Thank
I
you.
guess for attorneys, they're cool. Is that it, Josh? Yeah, for attorneys, you know.
We always advise our clients to say less.
Yes.
Less is more. So I'll keep it short. It's been a pleasure to work with both of our attorneys. Obviously, I've worked more with Lorenzo because he's in house, and I pick his brain a lot, and he's very cooperative and helpful in all of the ideas that I have. We don't always agree, and they don't always materialize because unfortunately I don't see things through legal terms. So Lorenzo sometimes has to put me in the proper posture, but I appreciate that very much, and he's always very accessible, and Raul is always very helpful and readily available for any questions that I have. So I really appreciate working with both of you, and I'll be happy to support the vote of confidence for you both.
Mayor, I just want to add a little bit to Josh's comment. They're very cool. Very cool. Now, but all jokes aside, the dynamic duo, the crisscross, the kid and play of Town of Miami Lakes, level of professionalism. I know I'm taking it back, but level of professionalism, always giving us the best advice possible from a legal standpoint. And I appreciate you both very much, especially being new to the council and having a lot to learn. And your level of professionalism and looking out for us in our best interest and advising us is unparalleled. So, and the best thing that there's no retainer. So, I mean, that's a no-brainer. So, thank you for what you both do, and I look forward to. Now, and I'll take that back that I said that with Peterman 2 years because I might have maybe have given something up there. But I look forward to working with you guys for years to come.
Oh.
I guess I'll end it up. Obviously, Lorenzo Raul have been instrumental in guiding us through a lot of turmoil in this town. Most of which some of us new council members didn't really get to experience, thankfully. But really, they were instrumental in helping us, get through that process and still dealing with that. Their accessibility to us is really astonishing, and we really appreciate all the advice that they give us whenever we have these pie in the sky ideas. I know I call Lorenzo, and he's always there to answer the phone. So I really, really appreciate everything you guys have done.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Very cool. Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
I guess that's another contract approval for the Desi.
I'm not asking for a raise.
I didn't say I was giving you a raise. I just said I guess there's another contract approval.
I'd like to change my vote. I'd like to change my vote if I could.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if I may. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. It's humbling. I know that this was coming up until a little while back. I really appreciate it. I can tell you, Lorraine, I and my staff back at the office really put our heart and soul into this. This is when stuff comes up about Miami Lakes, it's personal to me. I've been in this community for over 30 years, grew up here, and I can tell you that we enjoy not only working with the council, but with the manager especially, and the rest of the staff. This is a team effort. Yeah, we put our heart and soul in it, but we're not the only two that do this. There's a lot of people that help out. And I just can't tell my kids that I was voted as cool by the Miami Lakes Town Council. They're just gonna love that.
Wait. You only one council member said you were cool. I don't think anybody else.
No.
Two.
It was part of the resolution.
I made the motion and Councilman Alvarez seconded it. He gave it too cool.
I just wanted to echo what Raul just said. It's a complete team effort.
I want to thank you all for the opportunity of allowing me to work here in Town Hall with a great staff. It's fun to work with Ed, with Tony, with all the department heads. There's always something new. There's always something different to look into, to learn, and so it's always a great experience. And like the mayor said, it's when it's your hometown, when it's your backyard, you put your heart into it, because the questions that you're answering affect my neighbors, affect my family, affect all of our family. And working with all of you has been great. I've come to see you all as not only my clients, my bosses, but my friends. So I hope that we continue this relationship for years to come.
Thank you, guys. So I want to go on to our town clerk. When I first got elected I wish we would have done a lot of these things years ago for some of these folks, so they really deserve it. When I first got elected in 2012, it was a little weird because I got elected into a minority, right? I wasn't the coolest kid on the block back then. I literally was in a minority in the city council. So when I walked in, it was a little strange, and I didn't know Okay.
Now I get it.
Mayor, you have your own intro music.
She's setting the mood. No, it's not the mayor. The clerk has got the intro music.
No.
She was just a little premature.
That's not me.
Interesting. Thank you, guys. So I didn't know what to expect. I remember walking into City Hall. I didn't really know anybody, right? I walked in and I didn't know what to expect. The first person I see was Gina Nguanzo. She's like, "Hey, come here." She's talking. "You're brand new. Congratulations." She's talking to me. I'm like, oh, and she literally like made me feel comfortable and at home right away, even though I was in an environment where, I didn't know what to expect because I wasn't part of, the everything that's going on at that time. So it was a little strange. And throughout the years, I've seen the evolution of Gina, right? She started off as the deputy town clerk, then the assistant to the council. Now she's the best town clerk in Dade County and lives here. But one thing that always sticks out to me about Gina is that there are times, even on the weekends, where I'm like, I see her car at City Hall and I call. I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, "Mayor, I got, this public records request that I got to make sure goes out. Mayor, there's this deadline, or, I got to get this resolution out." And that's when you realize, man, she really loves her job and really loves the residents of this community and goes above and beyond. And again, living here makes a huge, huge, huge difference. So, and there are nights, the amount of hours that she puts in, I don't think there's enough compensation out there, because she truly, truly, truly loves what she does every single day. She comes in with joy, and even when there's tough days, I can tell you she's like the official counselor for all the town staff. Everybody goes to talk to her because she's always such a reassuring voice for our community. So I've had the honor of working with her for the past 8 years, and I can tell you she's truly amazing. Somebody that I wholeheartedly trust. When I talk about trust and high character, the folks that we've talked about, that they got that, and I trust Gina Nguanzo immensely. So with that being said, I'm going to make a vote of confidence for our town clerk, Gina Nguanzo.
I'll second that, Mayor, proudly.
Whoever wants to jump in, go.
I'll go ahead. And it's not for nothing, and I'm going to try and be as brief as possible, because we got a bunch of other things to get through, and I don't want to take up too much time. And it's not because I don't love you either, Raul, but I do want to say, Gina for me is especially special, because her and I started together on the Neighborhood Improvement Committee when I was chair, and she was the liaison at the time, before she even became clerk. She's brought the same attitude that she did then to the clerk's office. It's a servant's heart, 100%. Always there to serve. At the time, her committee members and even the members of the public, even then, that would come and show up for public comments and whatnot. Now she's, as the mayor mentioned earlier, she's not only a counselor to town staff, she's, I would argue, a counselor to the council as well, right? When we're having bad days and we stroll into her office, she'll, allow us to pull up a chair and just, banter with her for a bit. And same thing goes with the residents. She's incredibly responsive to all of them. We all know that we have a group of residents that are particularly keen to make sure that we stay on our toes. And so they always come to her asking her for particular records, and she always works to accommodate them. And she always brings a can-do attitude to the job, and just Gina, you have the best personality, and it's not for anything, but I love you as a friend. You're a great person, and I really hope we don't lose you at any time. I think Town Hall just wouldn't be the same without you. So again, I'll close my remarks with that, and I'm happy to support the vote of confidence.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, thank you. For as much as we love all of our charter officers, Gina is by far the town favorite. Residents and council members and everyone, we gravitate towards you. You are always there to answer all of our questions. You don't skip a beat. You keep us all in check, and you're always very courteous and very helpful in every respect. And the residents adore you. I particularly love you. Thank you so much for all of the help that you've given me, and I know the help that you will continue to give me. I am happy to support this vote of confidence for you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mayor,
Mayor.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna jump.
When the council's done, I'd like to speak as well, if possible.
Oh, yeah.
I'm
No,
cool.
no. Oh, no.
I'm cool.
You're cool. You're officially cool. You can, and you're very cool, Mayor. So I got baptized right when I was born, and then in November of 2018, I got baptized with like another madrina, right? And that other madrina to me is Gina, because she always has my back. I feel I call her like I never told you this, but I see her like a madrina because she's always looking out for me in the sense of sending me reminders, telling me about an important deadline. Check your email to approve this. So I don't think that's something that's taught. I think that's an innate ability that's within her to love and care for others and look out for others. And just want to thank you, Madrina, for being my Miami Lakes Madrina, for being so awesome and always looking out for me and reminding me and trying to keep me, intact with everything in Miami Lakes and reminders, and me trying to do my very best to balance, being a principal and a chief academic officer and a council member too. So I thank you, and I highly respect you and admire you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. What can I say? I really believe that Gina Nguanzo is a treasure and a huge asset for this town. I feel like she's just the kindest, most reassuring person that you can have, which in her position she deals with a lot of times, maybe not from us, but some of the residents, most of the residents that go to see her are residents that are frustrated, right? Something's wrong. People don't go see her when everything's going great. They go see her when they have an issue. And to be met with that level of welcomeness and kindness and just a willingness to help is what I think why Councilwoman Ruano said that the residents love you is because of that. It's because you're so welcoming and to everyone. So thank you, Gina, for everything that you do.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to chime in as well. One of the things I agree with what everybody said. Everything from just being welcoming to being somebody who actually was there to guide us right when we first got started. I think are all attributes that Gina Nguanzo really possesses. But most importantly, and I think Councilman Rodriguez just said it, as well as others, and Councilwoman Morano, her level of professionalism and responsiveness to residents who are not necessarily who may be wanting to find something, or and I think of public records requests. You handle everything with professionalism, transparency, and I think that's what we need from a clerk. Somebody who responds to the public and gives everybody equal due and time. And I think that level of professionalism, whether it's coming from a place of just trying to find information, or not everybody's happy with us sometimes. And I think that's very, very important. And I think if that's the face of the town that we have, if that's the person that we have representing our town to the public in sometimes not the best situations, very happy to serve on this council with her and Gina Guanzo. So thank you so much.
Well, I just want to say a few words about Gina, and I've had the privilege of not just knowing Gina, but knowing her husband and going to school our entire lives. And Gina's father-in-law was like a father to me and a mentor. So Romero's a very, very lucky man. You're an example. You're an example of what Miami Lakes is made out of, and what we all want in Miami Lakes. So you guys, you know, some said she's your godmother, she's your political godmother. Gina's that little angel on my right shoulder that always has the right words to put into your mind, and give you the right advice. And her advice to me has always been do the right thing. No matter what, do the right thing. And so she's that little angel. And so, you know, before you speak, you look over at in the dais and you look over at Gina, and you look and you go, maybe I'm not going to say that. And it's out of respect for the way she handles herself, not just with us, with the public, in her personal life, but it's an example of what we want in Miami Lakes, and so. I can only say thank you for the last 8 years of your leadership and your guidance. Before you, we had Marjorie, excuse me, and Marjorie was an amazing clerk, and so I think some of those talents that you guys had together was an amazing team. And then you've gone through a couple of deputy clerks. Gina, you're a tough boss. But you know, I think that you make an amazing team, and you really are the lead of the council, and the counselor to the council is your new title.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know Raul, you wanted to say something. No, and then we'll
yeah, I just everybody said a lot of what I wanted to say. Gina's constantly having my back, reminding me. I mean, it is really, really awesome what she does for us. And look, on a personal level, Gina's just, frankly, she's just one of the best persons that I know. I can't give her a higher compliment than that. She's just one of the best all-around good-hearted people that I've ever met. It's a pleasure working with you all the time. It really is. And thank you for having my back on so many occasions and reminding me and everything else. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
All the time. Thank you. Thank you.
By the way, Mayor, before you go, I just wish that Gina would write a book on multifunctioning and teach us all how to do it, because her multifunction skills are incredible. I think if you write a book, you'd be very successful.
I will.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes, in her stead.
I think that's a no.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
No, of course a yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Touched, and you all know me very well that when I get emotional, I cannot hide it because my chest gets red. So I know you cannot see it through the Zoom meeting, but I'm red because of the beautiful things you said. I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. I'm about to cry and I'm not. because I love you all in different ways and for different reasons. But what I always tell my husband that is in the same nature of this business, in order for me to love what I'm doing, I have to respect the people that I work with and that I work for. And in this case, I love my colleagues, all of them, and I love my council members, and I love the attorneys. I love all of you. Again, we all have different relationships, but I'm honored. I'm so happy that 8.5 years ago, I got the opportunity to work in the town of Miami Lakes. And back then, Claricel was my number one buddy, Cynthia Alejo, Marjorie, of course. I learned from those colleagues of mine. They helped me. I had never done this before. It was my first time working for government. And it was hard at the beginning, but I'm so appreciative, so grateful for their help. And now the colleagues that I have, amazing. In the last, it's incredible. And I'm gonna say that I've been the clerk for 5 years. I feel that it was a month ago, but it's been 5 years of moments that have been very challenging, and that I always have to remind myself of my grandmother, what she taught me. Do your work with love, keep your chin up high, do it well, and follow your gut feeling. When something you think it's not right, just don't do it, and do always the right thing. Do it in an ethical manner. So I think that's why I think I love this job, because it's doing the right thing and it's making you all look good, from the town manager to my colleagues and to the council members. I always want you to look good, because if you all look good, I look good. So thank you. Thank you for your very kind words. I hope that I always continue doing a good job, and you have me here.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I want the next one real quick on our police department. My first interactions with them was when I was a member of the Youth Activities Task Force back in 06, 07, hanging out with Juan Rodriguez all the time and getting to know him. Then on the dais, riding bike with them, Hurricane Irma. I mean, you name it, these folks are incredibly professional. It's becoming a really tough profession. I mean, that is the truth. That profession is very, very difficult nowadays, but they do an amazing job. Every time I have an opportunity, just yesterday I got interviewed, and I was talking about how they are the example of how a police force works the right way, and does the right thing, community service, community involvement, knowing who your community is, working hand in hand, communication. So, and I know our major's on there who's been the major now for 3 years, who's done a great job with his team, with Gonzo, Lieutenant Gonzalez, who's great. So I want to make a motion, vote of confidence for the Miami Lakes Police Department.
I'll second.
Chime in. Whoever wants to chime in, jump in, or we can take a vote too.
I'll start off by saying a few words. First about the major, and then about the lieutenant, and really the entire force. You could not have asked for a better character of an individual than Major Ruiz. I've had an opportunity to work with him, and not only has he been responsive to my concerns, but anytime that we've had a resident issue or a constituent issue that we need him to be accessible for, he's been there. Lieutenant Gonzalez, the same. And these individuals come from outside of our community, but from day one made it a point to understand what our community was about and to really learn what was important, not just to us, but to our community at large, and then start addressing those issues on a proactive basis. So I could not be more grateful than to work with these individuals, and I could not be prouder to serve this community alongside with them and the police department. The individual officers that I've had the opportunity not just to know over the years, Juan is going to be one individual that I don't think anybody here can say more about. But each and every officer that has gone out and helped us at events, helped our community continue to shine, Officer Soto, the community bike rides, the food distribution events. These are events where they are actively out there helping us out and being the face of Miami Lakes Police Department as a whole. I couldn't be prouder of. So I just wanted to say those remarks and just let them know how proud they make us as a community. And it's an honor to serve alongside them. So thank you so much.
Mayor, may I?
Yep, jump in.
Thank you, thank you. I echo those sentiments from Councilman Collazo. The major is most definitely part of our family, along with the entire police force. Anything that we need, anything that we ask for, you are always available. You are always attentive. Lieutenant Gonzalez has been amazing, the traffic whisperer, as we call him. I know that traffic has been placed on hold, but when that was our biggest concern, he spent countless hours out there until he got it right, and we are eternally grateful. The officers, Sergeant Soto, a lot of these officers, Juan, Steve, they are part of our family. We've known them for so many years, and when we see them at events and we cross paths with them on the street, it makes us feel safe. Miami Lakes is a safe place because of each and every one of you. You are the ones that keep us safe. And I pledge, I vow that we will always support you. We will always protect you as you protect us. I know that these are very trying times, but in our community, you are respected, appreciated, and we have your back just like you have ours. So that is something very important for me to relay to you, because I know that we're going through difficult times and our appreciation is not nearly enough for all that you do for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'd like to just start by saying that what the mayor said is true. Our police force should be the model of all police forces in this state, and probably in this country. It starts at the top, and Major Ruiz is just a great leader, and you can tell in the way that he interacts with us, the way he interacts with his officers, his lieutenants, the relationships that they have. It's just special, and the way that the officers interact with the residents during all of our community events. It's just great to see, and I want you to know that we do appreciate everything that you guys do, and I know that your job is extremely difficult, especially now more than ever, but we really just thank you so much for everything that you guys do.
Hey, listen, I just want to say a couple things, and I don't want to be negative, but people took my intentions to reflect on the police department, on the goodness and the kindness and the greatness of our men and women in law enforcement during my campaign, and really tried to destroy the legacy of my respect for police officers. And I have the highest integrity. I believe you have the highest integrity to protect our community. Not just you, Javi, and Gonzo, and Soto that I taught at the academy when he first got hired. Louis that left us for motors, but I'm sure he'll be back. And Juan Rodriguez, and I mean, just the whole group. And the fact that some officers doubted that I had their back really, really, really hurt me. That some unscrupulous people in this community would do damage to my reputation, especially with my friends in law enforcement. And you guys have always had our back. You guys have always covered us, and you guys have always taken care of everyone in this town. You guys are a phone call away. Sometimes it's not even 911. Sometimes it's just calling you on your personal phone and getting information. And I can't speak highly or more highly than what you guys have done. I've been through a couple majors in the last 8 years, but I got to tell you, Javi, you are exceptional, and so is Gonzo. And thank you for all the support that you've given our town employees, our town staff. No matter what time our meetings end, Juan is always there, making sure in the parking lot that everyone that leaves town hall leaves in a safe manner and gets into their car. And so those are the type of things that, I have unbelievable respect for our law enforcement, especially Miami Lakes. You guys are the example of what policing should be nationwide, especially especially the example from Miami-Dade County. So I couldn't be prouder to be part of this community and to have a vote of confidence in our police department. And please relay that to all your officers to make sure that they know that those words that were printed with my face on it, discouraging our police officers, were a political attack and nothing that I would ever say or bring harm to our police officers.
Hey, Avi?
You mind if oh. Do I say something? I have a turn here.
Floor is yours.
First of all, I thank you all so much for your comments. I apologize. I was actually for not being in uniform today. I was actually off today taking care of some personal family matters, so I had the day off. But I just want to say that the secret to the success really is, you know, the concept that we've all had together, sharing the same vision, sharing the same goals, and when you guys say nice things about me and my department and my police force, you're really saying it about the whole town, because as I've always presented, my police force is comprised of 30,000 plus 30,000 plus members of the town of Miami Lakes Police Department. Every community member is a member of the police department. And if we didn't have the community support, you know, at the end of the day, we wouldn't be able to get the job done. And that's really a testament to this town and the people in this town and all of you. So that's the secret to the success at the end of the day. Thank you all for the kind comments. Thank you. Appreciate it. On behalf of Director Ramirez, on behalf of myself, on behalf of every single person that works in the town of Miami Lakes Police Section, thank you so much.
Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Council, I'm just gonna make a motion to extend 10 more minutes and we're done.
I'll second.
Hope.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. So we're on to all of our employees, right? Before COVID, I would always pop into their offices, always say hi, always chat. I mean, now it's pretty difficult. But one thing that I've realized, and again, as I get older, is that real relationships, real understanding, where you get to see what people are really all about, is through adversity, right? When things are going well, especially being mayor, being elected officials, when things are going well, everybody wants to be your friend, right? Everybody wants to be around you, people call you. But the reality is you get to see a part of somebody's soul when they get hit by adversity. And I've seen adversity here at Town Hall, be it through the budget process, police, hurricanes, I mean, what a pandemic. And I can tell you our staff members have passed the test, and these are folks that we interact every day, and they really make us look good, right? So I get a boatload of constituent cases, I send it off, and I know they're taking care of it. So I just want to read off some of their names, and Mr. Manager, if I missed anybody, I apologize. Rosa, Tony Lopez, Michael Zayas, Renee Wilson, Natalie Garcia, Cynthia Alejo, Michael Mesa, who's on still, Lourdes Rodriguez, Angel Rivas, Michael, Jose Heredia, Flingos, Andres Perez, John Prier, Luis Garcia, Carmen Garcia, Joanna Morales, Melba Sanchez, Susana Naranjo, Alexander Sanchez, Lourdes Sosa, Carlos Medio, Franco, Ariel Morales, Hugo Gonzalez, Claricel, Willie Sanchez, Brandon, Elizabeth, Ismail, Kay Grant, Melissa Hernandez, Ruth, Sarah Hernandez, Danny Angel, Jeremy, Christina, Andrew Lopez, Oreo, Steve, Jessica, Big Manny Martinez, Latanya, Juan Escobar, Suzanne Alonso, Carlos Acosta, Omar Santos, Nicole Gill, Gerald, Luis Rodriguez, Aneto, Rafael Ruiz, Juan Perez, Dario, Joseph, Heman Kure, Tony Gomez, the whole IT group, Don. Did I miss anybody?
Ashley.
No,
Did you mention Ashley? I wanted to make sure she wasn't forgotten.
Sheppel, Ashley Sheppel, anybody else? No. So I just wanted to read everybody's name off because they all do a phenomenal job, and kudos to the ones that are still on today watching. You know, I see Ashley there, Melissa, Mike Mesa, Ismail. I mean, these folks do a phenomenal job every single day, and a lot of times they don't get enough credit. So I wanted to make sure that they were all recognized. And I wanted to make a motion of confidence for all of our town staff that do a great job. I know we've gone on a little bit long in this council meeting, but in this budget hearing, but I think it's important. This is the first time when we do it in my 8 years, the first time a lot of you guys do it ever that we've been up here. And I think it's important that we take these moments to do it officially. And I know these folks do a great job. A lot of them I call, if not all of them, I call them my friends. You know, I see them every day, and we talk about family. We don't even talk about work. You know, you talk about family, try to connect with folks. So I'm going to make a motion to pass a vote of confidence for our town staff.
I'll second it. We'll all second it.
Yes.
Go ahead. Anybody wants to chime in?
I'll get started, Mayor. I listen. In the last 8 years, I can tell you that we've been through some amazing people have left us, but we've replaced our staff incredibly, and that's a tribute to Miss Cynthia, who takes care of our HR, who has another town resident, who really has a great hand for picking amazing people to work with in Miami Lakes and referring them to the manager. So I got to give kudos to Cynthia. You know, I have my go-to people in town hall that I call on for assistance, advice, and so I couldn't be more grateful than those folks. And you're right. Before COVID, I tried to pop into every office at least once a week or once a month and say hello to every staff member. Lourdes Rodriguez, my other sister, you know, has been amazing, and so I can't say enough about the folks in finance and Carlos Acosta and his staff. Our assistants, Ashley, has been great, and so you know, we have an amazing relationship with these folks. Claricel has been there from day one with us as well, like Gina said. And has really put up with a lot of stuff from all the council. But she had a very difficult job. When I first got elected, before I got elected, I told her, I said, "You sure you want this job?" And I remember everything that Claricel has been through. So she's been through thick and thin with us, as Gina has, and I gotta give her kudos. You know, and Lourdes too. Lourdes Sosa has been, I think she's our currently oldest employee of the town. And you know, those are the folks that have been there from day one. I can't forget Tony Lopez. I know he's part of the manager's office, but he's also an amazing historian who has really shown what an incredible asset he is to this town. And every one of our employees really are. And I can't be more thankful to have spent my last 8 years working hand in hand with all of the staff in Miami Lakes, and a lot of them hide in that little finance office back there where we don't even know where the door is back there. You don't even know they're back there. They're the only ones. Same thing with the dungeon where Carlos Acosta is at back there. You got the dungeon on the first floor and the dungeon on the second floor that you never see them. But man, do they produce some work, and they get it done. And our numbers are on task, and our budget, and Ishmael is amazing, and Kay and Melissa, and I know I'm missing somebody in there, but
Ruth.
Thank you, Ruth. No, there's another one, Ruth, and there's one more person,
Sarah.
And Sarah, exactly. And Ruth has been with us a very long time. Very quiet, but man, does she handle her business properly, and so you got to give them credit. And I'm truly thankful to each and every one of the staff members for making the last 8 years a privilege to walk into town hall. And of course, our directors of first impression, Betty and Sandra. Those folks are amazing as our directors of first impression, because they're the first voice and the first face you see at town hall. and they take the brunt of the residents. So when they get to Gina's office for the public records request, they're already softened up. So I got to give Betty and Sandra kudos.
I guess I'll go next. Yeah, I try to stay as often as I can. We have the best staff in all of the state of Florida, anywhere. I mean, we are super lean, super efficient. We couldn't do anything without, the fantastic staff that we have. The budget last year to come within 5% on a $17 million budget is absolutely insane. So finance department is incredible. Everyone, Tony Lopez, Danny Angel, everyone that has their role and they play it to perfection. Our new building official, Mike Mesa, I've bothered him a lot over in his short term on, different constituent issues that I've had. And man, he's really stepped up and worked with residents and business owners to get things done. So I really, really appreciate everything that every single one of you do. And I want you to know that we're always going to have your backs. So thank you.
I'd like to chime in. I have a unique perspective on the staff. I guess it has a lot to do with the person that I'm married with. And a lot of it comes back to me from her, right? And I can tell you that the staff is the reason that she is here. She loves the work environment. She loves the culture, and she loves what this organization represents. And I think that speaks volumes, not just from the top, but from every single person that contributes to the mission of the organization. And that makes me proud, not just to be an elected official here, but to serve alongside each and every one of you. And some of the people that are not mentioned on the list, right? And I think sometimes they go overlooked, but even the janitorial staff who go out of their way, right, to make sure that we are in the safest environment, especially now, right, during COVID, that we're in the safest environment possible and doing everything that it takes to make sure that our parks are clean. So even the contracted staff, and again, it goes back to the culture. And like many of you said, it's something that's not describable by words. It's a feeling, and it's something that I can see from my unique perspective of what I've heard back is the culture in the town, and something that I'm exposed to every day, but in particular from that position. So thank you so much to the staff and each and every one of you who make it your personal mission to make us shine and make the town shine. So thank you. And I'll be voting in affirmative again in the vote of confidence for all the staff.
Well,
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to thank all of the staff for everything that you do. And I want to make it very clear to all of our residents that it's the staff that makes the council look good. It's the staff that puts countless hours into, developing ideas that that the residents bring forth through us. We kind of dump all these things onto staff, and staff finds a way to make it happen. And we couldn't do any of what we do without them. And Councilmember Collazo is right. Even the janitorial staff, after we haven't been in the building for a while, but even after our meetings, they are the friendly faces that are there cheering us on when we leave late. It takes a team, and we are a family, and our staff is amazing. The new additions that we have and the older staff members that we've had for years, everyone just kind of meshes well, and they become part of this family, and they buy into our brand, and they are the ones that help us grow beautifully. We are eternally grateful to them. I appreciate all of their support in my endeavors, and I will happily support this vote of confidence for our staff.
The mayor had intro music. You had outro music, Councilwoman. You have outro.
I don't even know who's playing that, to be very honest.
I don't know who's playing it, but I love it.
Thank you to whoever's playing that.
You have outro. That's like awesome right there.
I love it. I love it.
That's awesome. All right.
Okay, now it's getting out of control.
I have no idea where that's coming from.
We've been hacked? What's going on?
Who's
Really?
That's Edmond getting his jazz on.
Thanks.
As he controls the meeting.
We appreciate that.
It's him, man.
But thanks, Council. We'll take, we'll call the roll now.
It's harder than ever to get ahead.
Have we officially been hacked?
Yeah, that was interesting. That was interesting. And Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes. Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez. Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I'm sure Councilman Alvarez is a yes. I know he has to wake up early because he has a flight early in the morning.
That is correct, but he's still in the meeting.
Okay, but Councilman Collazo's right about some of our contracted staff. I mean, there's some of them that are amazing. I mean, if you guys met Yuri, who works at Royal Oaks Park, I mean, you go over there, he's the director of Royal Oaks Park. I mean, there's
Yeah.
he really is. He's amazing. So there's some really
Miami Janitorial has done an amazing job. Not just picking the people that are coming to work for us, but their work ethic is incredible, and you can see it. And I feel bad for the two that, I mean, they've had it easy now since COVID because we're not in the meetings till 1 o'clock in the morning, and they have to start cleaning town hall after we leave. So they've had a good opportunity to get home on time, but I mean, they wait there till we leave and finish our meeting to clean the chamber. That just shows the class of people that we have in our contracting staff for Miami Janitorial. So I got to give a kudos to them.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor, it's 12:20, and there's a couple of us still here in Town Hall, and I'm pretty sure it'll be clean in the morning.
Oh no, they do a great job. By the way, it's 12:20. You all get to go to sleep. I'm still at work. So Ed remembers those days.
So Council, thank you for, I know we all worked on this. I think it was needed in terms of, I don't think our staff's ever gotten that type of kudos, and thank you all for working together on that. Mr. Manager, was there anything else on, I saw there was one item on the agenda, manager's report, but not anymore, right? That got taken care of in the budget process.
Well, there were two items. One was taken care of. That was the Cultural Affairs Committee item that private sponsorship took care of. The other one was I was to bring back, and that's why it's under manager's report. The Economic Development Committee had asked, remember last time at our council meeting, you guys took a vote on moving 3,000 for the chamber subscription out from economic development and putting it under administration or the mayor's office.
Hey, Ed, I'm sorry to interrupt, Mayor. Ed, I got a call. I got to go.
All right, be safe.
All right, guys, have a good night.
Go get them. Go get them. So this is being brought back for consideration. They had asked to have those $3,000 put back. We had spoken about that. The place to draw it from would have been contingency, but earlier tonight we transferred the contingency budget in its totality out to cover the drainage project on 83rd Place. So I'm bringing it back. That's my report, and that's all I got.
You need a motion for that or not really?
No, I mean, it's here for your consideration. The discussion last meeting was to move 3,000 from contingency to economic development, but now there is no money in contingency to do that. So there really is no action. There'll be, the 3,000 won't get replenished for economic development. They won't miss it because they weren't using it before anyways. They were using, it was just going to pay the chamber membership.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to move that the town council as a whole come together and see if we can find private sponsorship dollars to contribute to the $3,000 gap, or at least the $3,000 that the committee is requesting, and see if we can leverage that on their behalf, since we use the contingency funds for other things. I'm pretty sure we all reached out to our contacts. Between the 7 of us, each get $500 in commitments. We can make sure that we bridge that gap for them. That's my motion.
I will second it.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Thank you, guys. Great meeting, great budget. Looking forward to this upcoming cycle. We passed a balanced budget and doing the people's business the right way. Have a good night. God bless and take care. This meeting's adjourned. Everybody.
Good night.
Good night. Good night.